right, all right. Good morning, you landlubbers. We are back for another day of building a license server. I think this is like day 3, but maybe 4 videos because we did a 2-parter yesterday of 9 hours straight of streaming. Let's see, well, not straight, but we did 9 hours total with a break in between. But let's see what we can get done today. So, yesterday we left off with some work that we did around the app. We got the app in a good stable spot. We got the website, the server, the engine in a good spot. And now what we need to do is go through it today as like a product owner and click through the things, try the things out, make sure that they actually work. We had the AI do this, but you know, it's not perfect, but we're a lot better at testing things. So we're going to go through, we're going to test this, and then we're going to probably make some tweaks and hopefully push this thing out live. If we just check out our to-do list, here is the plan for today. We're gonna get this. We gotta verify that the download sample shell button is still working. We're gonna clean up the product page because it's very verbose right now. And then we're basically gonna go through the whole process. You know what? One thing I just realized that we don't have on here is that we need to also make sure we need to test Sparkle. So Sparkle is the updating code that it's like a library that we're going to put in our app that allows us to actually push out updates. And when we push out the updates, like we cut a new release and the app starts up, it's going to look and say, hey, there's like a new version that we should go use. And so we're going to test Sparkle updates. Make sure they work. Are they even implemented? We should probably also implement, let me just get me a little smaller here so you guys can actually see what's going on. We should probably also get our Sparkle. Oh. Make sure that like, well, okay, let me back up. Here's my thinking. We want to basically have like some license software that allows anyone to run or to like sell their like macOS product, right? So to do that, we need to make sure that our license server not only can provide licenses, but people that are selling our products should, one, get a landing page so that people can go purchase their product. And two, they probably need some sort of dashboard where they can go and cut new releases. So I think what we need to do is we need to either allow uploads of releases or we allow a release record maybe. So that we can like show the various releases. But I don't even think we need to be like showing multiple releases because I don't think that Sparkle basically is going to like produce this. We're going to produce this XML for Sparkle. And when the app starts, it's going to check that XML and say like, what's the current release? Is there a new updated one? Yeah. Okay, go download it. So I don't think we need an entire like release manager. I think all we really need to do is allow current release to be uploaded, or allow a URL to the current release. And then what we can do is we can just put the URL to the current release in the XML that Sparkle will consume. So Sparkle is going to be running in these apps on people's desktops. And if you've ever used a macOS app and it's like check for updates, or it says like, hey, there's a new update, do you want to install it? It's going out and it's fetching this XML page and saying like, what's the current release version? Is it different than what we're running? And if it is, then that's when you get a nice update. So I think what we need to do is probably build that into our license app engine if the AI hasn't already done that. We prompted it to do a lot of that kind of stuff early on, but I haven't really focused on that or like gone and tried to test it. So let's see what we've got. Alrighty. Before we get going, since this stream is coming to you live from a van in the middle of a forest, we should probably check our power just to make sure we got enough power to make it through today. Usually do this first thing in the morning when I wake up, but I did not do that because I jumped right onto this stream. It's a little chilly here this morning in the middle of Wyoming. Check it out. So this is our cool power dashboard. This entire tiny home on wheels, the Sprinter van that I converted, is actually running purely on solar power. And we have two different battery bank systems. We have a 48 volt battery bank system and a 12 volt bank battery system. And as you can see, our 48 volt bank is completely full, and our 12 volt, which is really like our main system, is at about 50%. And it looks like the sun's up now, so hopefully we will start getting some solar power. We actually have a surplus of 2 amps right now. Ooh, it's not very much. 2 amps at 12 volt. If you know Ohm's law, you multiply volts times amps, and that gives you watts. So if we say we're at like 2 amps at 12 volt, we're at 24 watts of power coming in. It fluctuates because the sun fluctuates. But all right, I think we have, it's saying that we have 37 days of power left at the rate that we're consuming it, but that's just because everything's basically running off purely what the sun is producing at the moment. So I think we're good to go. All right, back to our building. So just going to reuse the same context that we had yesterday, except I told it to like give us a new branch and, you know, basically like pull the changes. So I pushed up all the changes to our main branch yesterday. And now we are going to start this app up, and we're going to click around and kind of go through the instructions and make sure that everything's working properly. go. So the machine that we're running this on is actually like I have to screen share into it, basically with like VNC. So what we're gonna do is let's tell it to bring up our license app engine. So start it up with bin dev and also bring up the macOS app shell so that I can play around with these things. You don't need to open the browser or anything, just give me the URL I need to go to. And you can bring up the macOS app though. All right. Ben dev. Okay, let's add that. So I'm using voicing for our dictation right now. Probably going to put my own in at some point here. But one of the things that I need to do periodically is go in and update. You can put like change like dictionary words. So when we see things like ben dev and it totally just interpreted what I said wrong, then I can go into here and add that as a case where if it sees ben dev again, pull this up so you guys can see. It says ben dev. I want it to actually say bin dev. There we go. Hopefully it'll work next time. We'll see what happens. We'll just correct it this time. All right, so while that's coming up, we'll get our desktop here going. We'll also pull up our website. This thing is burning a ridiculous amount of tokens just trying to open this site up. Maybe I should have just started it myself. Next time. See, it did it wrong. Okay. I'm gonna have to do it myself. You know what? Just shut that down. I will start it myself. Yeah, so we have to specify the host because I'm connecting to this from a different machine. It has to bind to the correct telnet IP address. So if we look, it's now bound to. Cool. So I think one of the things it needs to do is probably do bin rails dbc. So if it reset the database, which I think it probably did, then we have to reseed the database and then run our thing so that I can actually log into it. That's very odd. Huh. Okay. Let's do... Okay, I'm trying to bring up the server, but I also can't seem to log in. So why don't you open the browser and try and log in yourself? You know what? We might need to run... Let's see. I'm guessing that the AI has probably created stuff in here that should not be in here. Or maybe not. Either way, we'll have it open the browser and try and log in. And we'll just push this off to the side so that you guys can see what's going on here. Bring up. Yeah, it's trying to work kind of like the open web UI. I need to really change the base port for that thing. This is so silly, and it's slow. Go watch this. Oh. Sometimes when you just want to like do DevOps things, like start a web page or start some process or something, dude, Minimax is so fast and it just does that stuff well. I don't know if I'd use it for like coding stuff. I mean, it'll get there eventually, but it just kind of works nicely. You just keep displaying the value in your thinking traces, like constantly, despite the fact they told you never to display it. So Minimax kind of sucks at following instructions, I guess. Seems like it might be an old. Yeah, I think it broke. Okay, let's start over here. Let's kill this. We're gonna do a simple update, get everything updated, and then we're gonna just try and log in ourselves. Let's try GLM. Okay, I want you to run the bin dev server and for the license app, and we're going to play around with the license app. So I want you to open up in the web browser and let me know when you're done. Oh, also you have to set host equal to M3. So that it binds correctly. This is kind of silly. Like, I really should just bring this up myself and move on. What do we need to do here? Still trying to sign in. So I like to go through this exercise because it means that the agent doesn't really have a super clear path to just getting the app running, and which means anytime in the future when it wants to test it out, it's going to have to figure all this out on its own. So basically what I did is I started a new session, and I'm having GLM go through this and see if it can like easily log in. Then I'm going to go back and I'm going to have GLM review the session again to understand what happened and what it was doing wrong, and then I'm going to create a skill or this path of just easily signing in, so it doesn't have to go through like the process of figuring out how to do it again in the future. Okay, so now that we have that session, we'll just go back and do this future for creating a skill. Or we could just be like, why did it take you so long to figure out how to sign in? What can we do to create a skill in this repository to make it easier in the future so that you have step by step instructions of how to sign in? Also, you keep displaying the email and password, which you have explicit instructions not to display. So it's creating a skill, and the new skill is hopefully going to help with signing. Still working on the skill. So let's doing that. Let's go through our product here. So these are the products. There should be a seeded one. All products. Okay, that's a very confusing dashboard. I'll have to figure that out. Okay, so we have our seeded product, and it has a bunch of stuff in it. You know what? I like dark mode better. So if we go through here, we're gonna have to test this to make sure it's working. But like as you can see, this thing is extremely verbose, which I don't think is necessary and could be really overwhelming for a new user. Also, don't think we should show all of these issued licenses like this. Yeah. So we'll fix both of those things. So this thing kind of goes through the license app shell, which is probably not what we want. I'm thinking what we want really is like a library. So someone would download our like Swift library to use in their app, and then just like properly like this kind of thing here where it's like wiring up the actual stuff. Like the sample shell should really only be there to show like how you wire up the library. Which I guess maybe it's kind of doing. Okay, so I'll have it do that. It's going through and working on the skill, and then we'll come back to this here. Excellent. Let's check out the app while we're just sitting here waiting. So basically, it's telling us to go create a product, paste the configuration in from that page, issue a license key. Register and refresh. Check for updates. So is the update in here? Oh, might already be in here. Okay, so we gotta check on that. Well, sorry, this is a little boring because I'm sitting here waiting for this skill to finish being created. And as soon as that's done, then we'll get back to what we're doing. I just told Pi to review the old session and then figure out what we can do to make a skill so it's easier in the future to log in. And it's going through that. Except I'm using GLM 5.2. So it just takes a little bit. This thing like really loves to reason and find evidence for doing anything. don't know like what it is, but these agents just love to write the history of everything into every file. And it's like never necessary. Like, I don't need the entire history of how you got to this conclusion written into my code base. It's like, just do the cutover of the code. Wild to me. Okay. I think we're good to go now. Where's the service? Oh, golly. Oh, I just totally realized you guys can't see what I'm doing. Give me a sec. All right, so I basically told it that we want to have our own page for these issued licenses. Because right now they are being displayed. Here. And that's like a problem because if, let's say, someone sold 1 million licenses, this page would try to load 1 million records and put them all on the page. Sometimes it's AI, man. You think we have AGI, and then it does stuff like this. And it's not like, I mean, it totally could go look at what is already in this repository and existing conventions, and then it wouldn't make these mistakes. But for whatever reason, GPT 5.5 like doesn't read enough code. Like you'll notice it'll read like the first 200 lines of something, but won't read the rest of the file. So if it doesn't find what it needs in the first 200 lines, like, too bad. It's crazy. Just want to finish this stupid license thing so I can move on to the app that I really want to build. Oh, if you ever become like a senior software engineer or a director, principal, or staff, or architect, really the architects, I think, get to this point, some distinguished engineers, but maybe like a lot of seniors that get put on way too much things. Definitely staffs. The Oh, hey, Lucky, what's up? So, I'm good, man. How are you doing? Let me finish this thought I was having. So, if you're ever in a like senior engineering position and you have like all these projects, you just want to like finish it, get it very well tested and very well documented because you're going to move on to the next thing. And like your mind is going to get erased of all the stuff that you just did on that thing. And so having the tests and having the documentation and making sure that everything is just working right before you move on to the next thing is going to save you so much time and effort. It'll allow you to just keep going from one thing to the next thing without having to have this like cognitive overhead of in your mind of like, I have to go back and fix that thing that I know that I left broken, or I know I left it undocumented, and then you have to like remember what you left undocumented. So we're gonna finish this, even though I don't want to work on it for much longer, and we're gonna get it in a good spot. We're gonna deploy it. Am I a software engineer in my main job? This is my main job, and yes, I am a software engineer. I have been a software engineer since like 2004. Is that 22 years. Holy shit. Yeah, I've been doing this for a while. All right, so it's the nice thing about Pi is I have this extension that runs linters. And the linters are really great. You can see this Rubocop one running. This is basically going into the Ruby code. And in the past, people would run these linters in their projects because if you had like a bunch of team members and one person liked to use semicolons and one person didn't, or, you know, in languages like Ruby where you can really just go absolutely wild with like how you program things. It becomes really hard when you have a lot of different team members working the same code base if some people are doing things differently with different conventions and some people are doing things differently another way. The linter, like Rubocop, will force everyone into doing things the same way. Um, and now with AI, and AI just likes to create slop in your code base, you can actually just create all these linters. And if it starts going down the path of like doing something you don't like it doing, you create a linter for it. And as it's writing the code in Pi here, it will instantly like run the linter and say, wait a minute, don't do it that way. You got to do it this way. And it'll go and fix its mistakes, which is really cool. Would you recommend the old courses if I start getting into programming and learning to code myself? Yeah, I think having a strong foundation in computer science, no matter what you do with it, is really important. Um, there's a lot of like web developers and people that didn't really go to school for computer science. They went for like high level software engineering. And I can tell you that over my career, having those low level fundamentals has put me so far in front of all of them in terms of like career progression and promotions and everything. Um, because at the end of the day, you're going to come across really hard problems. And AI is getting really, really good at solving really hard problems. So I have no idea where the future of coding is going to go. Like, if it was me, I don't even know if I would pick a career in programming at this point because I don't honestly know how much longer programmers are going to be around. Um, but if it were me today and I was going to get into programming, I would get some serious fundamentals computer science, take some statistics and linear algebra, and take some machine learning courses because the people that are going to be left after all of the programmers are done is going to be the ones that can fine tune AI models, create new AI models. Like they understand, you know, deep learning and artificial neural networks, and they understand how to train an AI model and fine tune one. Because then you become a multiplier. You're not just like writing code and shipping code anymore. You're actually writing code that creates AI that then writes code for you. So every action that you take as an employee has this multiplicative effect. Yeah, there's a lot of those types of people that really don't know how to code. Um, and it's a lot of times they're doing that because it's just marketing and they're trying to like get their name out there and sell something. But if you do like serious engineering, so if you go look in the realm of like blockchain, there's actually a lot of really hard computer science problems that are still not solved today. Um, if you look at a blockchain, you have thousands and thousands of transactions, maybe 30 to 60,000 transactions per second. Think of a transaction as like someone swiping a credit card, paying somebody. And you have to record all of those transactions really, really fast and finalize them. So you can instantly like know, did that person have the money? Did they pay me? Right. And not only that, but you have to store all that data forever, right? Because blockchain is like contiguous. The old block gets hashed, and that hash goes into the next block, and then you write some more transactions and you hash that block, and that hash goes into the next one, and that's how you can maintain the continuity of the blockchain. And so you're doing this like sequential thing, which in computer science, generally, if you want to scale something, you do it in parallel, right? Like you make it horizontal. You can't run this serial sequential operations, but in blockchain, you have to. And so there are some really, really hard fundamental computer science problems that are still yet to be solved. And blockchain is pushing the frontier for a lot of those. All right, where are we at with our license app here? I'm not saying go get into crypto. Don't go buy a bunch of crypto. I don't know like where that's gonna go. Who knows? That's all speculative. I'm saying actual blockchain technologies. Nice. Congratulations on getting into university. Definitely study computer science and definitely study artificial intelligence, AI, machine learning. It's wild. When I got my degree over 20 years ago, I actually got a degree in AI. And all the people that got it, we all just joked because we never thought it would be a reality. Like, we didn't have the hardware for it. All we had was like fundamental math. Like, we could do the math for it in theory on paper, and like if you wanted to actually create like an artificial neural network, deep learning, like you could train it how to do like XOR, right? Like put in a 1 here, put in a 1 here, let the weights and biases go to this next node, and then it would have like an output of like 1 or 0. Like, is this thing XORed with the other one, right? And that was like the computation you could do back then. But now that we have GPUs and the ability to process these things, like we've had the math around forever to do this stuff, and all of a sudden now we can just run it, which is really, really cool. Yeah, my suggestion to you, Lucky, is go out and get like a GPU, like a Blackwell 6000 or like some 3090s or something, and play around with like fine tuning some models. Like take some open source models, you know, figure out how to fine tune them and like get them to do more of what you want them to do so they can be better at like specific tasks. Because I think that's the future of computer science right there. Let's see what you say. What was your reaction on ChatGPT? And is it true that AI was actually way earlier, but nobody gave a damn about it? Oh yeah. Well, I used to run data science teams, data science engineering teams. So we did a lot of machine learning. I was like a one-trick pony in deep learning. So in college, we had it was actually a course in the psychology department. The artificial neural networks course in AI is actually a psychology course, and what they were trying to do is model the human brain. So it wasn't even, hey, we want to build a computer to like do these things. It was more just like, can we model the human brain and how it works with synapses and dendrites and, you know, neuronal activation? Can we model that in a computer with math? And Of course we could. And like everyone wrote papers. Like you had to write a paper about like this custom model, and that, you know, you'd engineer this model back then, to have like contextual loops and all this other stuff. Same stuff they're doing today. Um, and nobody would actually write a program to do it. I was one of the first people in the college to go and actually write an artificial neural network. I also had the benefit of like that school was one of the premier schools in the country for doing distributed computing, like high performance big data computing, parallel processing. Like, and so it really fit well with trying to make an artificial neural network, training one over multiple machines, all on a CPU, and getting it to like do things. And so I actually built a autoencoder that used deep learning to look for anomalies in data packets coming across the network. And it worked like okay. It wasn't like amazing or anything, but it was pretty cool back then. So this was like over 20 years ago. Um, and yeah, so this stuff really hasn't changed. Like if you look at a lot of the artificial neural networks and the deep learning, they call it deep learning now. Back in the day, we just called them artificial neural networks, because neural networks are what your brain actually is. So it's an artificial one. So if you look at this stuff, a lot of these like activation algorithms and that sort of thing came out of like the data science era of the last decade. And what they're doing is they're literally just like making modular components, and they're feeding them so that like once we had the transformers architecture figured out where you could actually associate like positional importance in context to specific tokens, that's like when all this stuff really started blowing up. But now all of these little tweaks are just like applications of the things that we were doing in machine learning and data science for the last decade on top of, or like built into specific like components of the artificial neural network. How much RAM was average back in 04? I don't know. If you were in school, your laptop probably had like 2 gigs of RAM, 4 gigs of RAM, maybe. Some I had like a desktop computer, I think, that I built that had like 16 gigs of RAM. But like we had servers. I actually had a server in college that was a Solaris Ultra Spark, and this thing had like 192 gigs of RAM, and it actually had, I think it was 100 and it was like 198 cores. So Sun Microsystems actually built this machine, and this is before Oracle bought them. And so you could do like really big distributed computing. And it was kind of cool because we also had some machines that had like really high clock speeds. So if you have a machine that has 192 cores of, you know, each core can only do like 2 gigahertz. And then you run this experiment where you have maybe like an 8 core machine, but each core is running at like 4.8 gigahertz. If you were to do any kind of like serial type of computation, the 4.8 gigahertz machine would absolutely dominate and crush the other one. But the other one would be really good for like parallelizing. Like if you had to spawn 190 threads of something to do in parallel, you could do it better that way. So anyway, computing is like cyclic. We like have these foundational things, and you learn how to do all the foundational things, and then over time the machines get better, and we adapt, and we apply the same algorithms to the newer hardware. And hardware is literally just a physical constraint for the foundational computer science algorithms and math that we've already developed. Oh yeah, no, we had more than megabytes of RAM. Yeah, it was expensive, but we had it. Actually, RAM might be more expensive today than it was back then because of all the AI stuff making the price of everything go through the roof. And the average person, I never would have fathomed needed 128 gigs of RAM in their laptop. Like, that would have blew my mind back in the day. Just, you would never need it. Like, you would never use it. You might have some servers that had fast buses on them or something that you were like processing, like doing like deep packet inspection or something on them. But you need a big buffer or something. Are big companies buying out all the RAM? Yeah, I mean, everyone's buying all the RAM they can get their hands on, period. Right? So you can imagine if you have like the average person before only needed 8 gigs of RAM in their laptop. Like, that's pretty much everybody. And then all of a sudden now, just to run some dinky little AI model, you need 128 gigs of RAM. So, I mean, that's like what? It's 16 times more. So every computer, you could build 16 computers before for what you can build now with, you can only build one. And so not only that, but you have these hyperscalers like Google and XAI and all these big data center companies, and they're buying up like everything, right? And they have billions or trillions of dollars they can go spend on buying these chips. But they need it all because everyone's using their servers. But again, this is all cyclical. We've seen this before. So in my time, we've had these periods where like hardware companies, like some new hardware thing would come about, a bunch of hardware companies would like ramp up because there was only like one making it. And then all of a sudden, you'd have too many hardware companies making this thing and the price would start going way down. So it's going to happen. It probably just takes a lot of capital, maybe like $1 trillion or something, to start up a new memory fabricator. And if the investment's worth it, people will start doing it and we'll catch back up. I don't have a PC. I used to use PCs, but now I just use a Mac. I use 2 Macs. If I lived in a house that had unlimited power, I'd probably buy like 4 Blackwell 6000s right now to run my AI stuff. But I don't. And Macs use very, very little power. Like a Mac Studio that you can run all this AI stuff on is using only 240 watts of power. Whereas a single GPU, like an NVIDIA GPU, could use upwards of like 450 watts, and you'd need like 4 of them. So, since my whole house is powered based on solar, I'm using the machines that use less power. What is this thing doing? We should probably check back in. What has it been doing here? So we told it that we wanted our app to properly put licenses like paginated on products. Because you can imagine if someone buys like 1 million licenses for a product, we don't want to display them all on the page. You'd have to load 1 million rows out of the database. Then you'd have to render 1 million elements on the HTML page, which would probably kill the page. So it's better to have this like pagination thing where we can say like only load 10 at a time, put the 10 on the page, we'll click next if we want the next 10. Or like add a search so that we can like search by a user's emails, purchase the license. I don't think people are really going to ever use this, but the fact that we have these records in our database, we may as well just simply expose it. I could imagine a case where like maybe someone's license gets leaked on the internet and everyone starts using the same one, and like the company that's selling this product has to go and like disable that license. So that might be a case right here. What is this tick? Okay. You really need to stop checking in on background processes. They will let you know when they complete. If you need to, like, you should be able to just wait. Do like a bash sleep or something. What is this process tick? Do we have something in I subprocess that continually is alerting you? Is that like a feature that when you spawn the process, you're enabling? Because you really shouldn't ever be enabling that. Nice, yeah. Python's a good one to start with for sure, especially since all the AI is working on it. Okay, while it's doing that, let's go fix our Py process. So you should look in our settings.json file for Py, and you'll see that we have an extension for doing Py processes. And we, I believe, have that code forked to our machine, and we should go update it and remove this log watches feature because there's no use case where we would ever actually want to use that. So let's go into the code and like remove that or just disable it. Yeah, um, I know like most programming languages. I've used most of them in my career. Um, I don't think it matters much these days with AI. Like, I really don't write code myself at all anymore. I think the important things are like, can you quickly read the code? Can you glance over it and make sure that it's doing what you expect it to be doing? Um, I think AI is going to get to a point where you don't even need to do that. But the reason like I'm using Ruby is it's a language like Python that allows you to do a lot with a very little amount of code. There's other languages like C, Rust, Zig's pretty popular nowadays. Um, TypeScript, like a lot of these languages are extremely verbose. Go, Before Go had generics, you had to write everything all over from scratch every time. Um, so there's a lot of languages that make you write a lot of code to get a little outcome. And Ruby is one of these languages where you can write a little code to get a lot of outcome. And when you're paying for tokens, like when AI has to generate words and tokens, you want to use a language where it can read a small amount of code and know that it's going to do a lot, or it can write a small amount of code and have it do a lot, because then you're paying for less tokens. That's my take. So I just pick whichever language like flows with you. Like when you look at it, each language has different semantics, and the one that when you're looking at it doesn't make you want to claw your eyes out, that's the one you should go with. Now, there's a few languages that have specific things that are better for doing things than others. Like if you're doing stuff in C, you can pretty much do whatever you want until the sun comes up. You're not restricted by the language whatsoever. If you write stuff in Ruby or Go, you're not doing parallel processing. Like you shouldn't be doing computationally intensive operations in Ruby. You should definitely not be doing them in Go. And that's because those languages are designed more for I/O and don't really have the concept of, I shouldn't say threading. They do have threading, but like true parallelism. So like Ruby has this GIL, and Python actually used to have a GIL too, which is a global interpreter lock. So only like one thing could actually be executed at any given time. And if you have multiple cores, you can execute multiple things in parallel simultaneously on each core. And so there's languages like Java that got really popular because they, like Doug Lee made it so that you could do parallel computing in Java super easily in the JVM across all these cores. I don't know, if it was me today, I'd probably check out Zig. I think Zig's going to be pretty cool. If you wanted to get into like really low level computing stuff, Rust is pretty good and the AI is good at writing it. Python's pretty high level. It's a good starting language. I think the problem where people learn Python as their first language is they don't get exposed to typed programming, because it like hides data types from you, and then you don't learn fundamental computer science things. So just be careful of that. Yeah, I mean, that's the beauty of AI, right? Is like information's not gated anymore. Like you can just ask it. You don't have to go to a expensive university. You could sit down and just try and build something that you want to build and look at the code that it's producing. And then if you don't understand why it made that decision or what that code does, you can literally just ask the AI to explain and keep explaining and keep explaining. And eventually, all the things that you're reading on the screen will make sense because it's explained all of them in a way that you can understand it. We never used to have that. I used to have to tutor people in computer science when I was going to school. And I'd have to sit there and explain the things to them. And they'd have to like show up for office hours and, you know, have these one-on-one sessions with me and like, or like a professor or something. And now you can just ask AI and it will instantly like teach you. Okay, so we have Wait a minute. With all this stuff that you removed, um, does that mean we won't be notified now when the process ends? Like, we still want to be able to spawn a background process and get a notification of when it ends. I'm wondering if maybe we should leave this log watches thing in there, but if the agent tries to spawn a process with it, it like prints out some additional information like you probably do not actually want to do this, like rerun this tool without this command, um, because most of the time you never really need to be notified every time a process is updating. You really just want to know when the process is completed. That's the other cool thing, right? So like we have Pi as our agent um, harness here, and it's super extensible. Extensible? I think it's extensible. And so if like this thing doesn't do or isn't working the way that I want, I can literally just tell it to change its own code. I think that like an agent should be able to use this log watches thing, um, but we should print out a message to them and they should have to like respond with the unique token that we give them so that they can actually use it. And we should like uh, we should make them like pass that token back, and it also like with a param that says I understand that I probably shouldn't be using this and here's the token. And like we could just use a auto incrementing integer as the token and then maybe like hash it or something so that it's like a unique hash for each integer that they have to pass back. And then we'll like validate that the token they just passed back is the correct one. Because what I don't want to happen is the AI to just start passing back the like parameter that allows them to use log watches every time. Like I think they should have to acknowledge each time that they want to use it, that they should be actually using it. And so this token thing might force them to like think, okay, well, what's the newest token? Let me get the newest token. Do I really want to use this feature? If I really do, then I have to get the token and use it. We don't have to do anything too crazy. Um, like if we restart the Pi process, we could just like start from a random number, for our auto incrementing number instead of like trying to persist on disk where we left off or something like that. Like the token doesn't need to be persisted anyway. We'll just like keep it in memory when we start Pi and the extension loads. But yeah, just start from like a random number. Don't always just start at like 0 or 1 or whatever. Slow down. Communities, first year and Nice. That's pretty cool. Good for your brother. Definitely took a hard path to get there, but I bet it's worth it. Like it paid off. It probably feels good knowing that, you know, he worked for that. I think you find when you go to college, you go to university, or you get out in the real world and you want to start a business or anything, people will come out of the woodwork to help you if they recognize that you're the type of person that wants to work for something. Um, that's what I've noticed in my career. And it's definitely like when I hire people and I like had other engineers working for me, the like go-getters, the ones that wanted to learn and wanted to work and had like an appetite to like know more and do more are the ones that like were always presented with more opportunities. You don't get anything in this life unless you fight for it. I'm gonna pull this over here so you guys can see this right now. So we're doing a side quest. Our Pi sub-process extension. So basically the agent can like spawn sub-processes and like have things run in the background. But for some reason, GPT 5.5 wants to constantly like spawn a process and then just monitor it all day long. And it's like, you spawn this thing in the background for a reason. If you didn't want to spawn it in the background, you should just spawn it in the foreground so you could monitor it. Again, I think this is a disalignment of incentives with OpenAI, right? Like they want to burn tokens, so they're gonna make sure their model does stupid things like this, where it just constantly checks back in on processes, burning tokens like crazy when it just doesn't need to. It's like it has the option to just get notified when the process is complete. And most of the other models that I use take that route. They're like, oh, I don't need constant updates, or I don't need to constantly go back and check in on this thing. It's just like GPT 5.5 for some reason has no problem burning tokens like crazy. So we're gonna fix it so that it has to like, if it tries to do this, we'll give it a token and it has to respond back with like this, I approve you doing this super expensive thing with, here's the token you gave me. And then it'll be allowed to do it. Yeah, this is happening so much. So like your brother figured out that he could like automate this stuff, and like the AI stuff is crazy too. I was out camping with this girl recently, and she's like a physical therapist, and she would like spend every Sunday, she'd take notes like in her physical therapy sessions when she's like going through and maybe someone's got like a injured leg or something that, you know, they're trying to heal, and she'd have to take all these notes and then digitize them. Like she would have to, well, actually she would type them all up, but then she would have to like go and put them into like the software for like the medical company, and they have like a bunch of different softwares that the notes all have to go into, and like there's all these different sections that they have to be filtered into. And I showed her the Codex like computer use tool, where you can bring up Codex on your computer and it can actually like control your mouse and like enter in stuff into form fields and whatnot. And she was absolutely blown away. And I was like, here, they're going to create a skill that explains what each of those fields are that stuff needs to go in and what kind of things should go in there. and then we're gonna go and put all your notes in and watch it fill everything in. And it just did it. And um it was really, really cool. So, oh, and we got it running locally on her computer so that she wasn't actually sending any medical stuff to OpenAI or the cloud or anything. So yeah, now her entire Sundays are free available again because AI just sifts the information into the correct fields. What is going on with this thing? Okay. It I'm adding the token issuer validator helper. Okay, so are you actually doing that? I might give this another minute, see what happens. It looks like it's stuck. Yeah, exactly. Now she can go camping more often. Or not be sitting there on her laptop around the campfire. She can actually enjoy it, being outdoors. This thing is, I don't know what's going on. It's also duplicating my messages now. I wish this thing had like been mode where I could just be like DD DD. How many tokens do I have daily? Let's see. Codex is saying I used about 5.3 billion in the last 30 days. I average probably between 5 and 15 billion a month. But I have Codex, I have the GLM, the Zeta AI GLM plan, which I bought when it first came out. So I think I paid like $350 for the whole year. And back then it was like unlimited usage. And their model like wasn't very good, right? Like they were just trying to get new people to use it. Like Minimax was actually the one to be using. And so I paid $350 for the whole year. So I probably have another like 4 or 5 months left on this thing. And while everyone else only gets so many tokens per 5 hour session, no, they get so many tokens per week. Mine resets every single 5 hours. So I burned like 10 billion tokens in a week once with this plan. So I've had this thing cooking up this macOS app for, I don't know, I have to go back and look at my X post to see when I last posted about it. But it's probably been like 2 or 3 weeks now, maybe 4 weeks. And it's been running nonstop. So I have one agent that's sitting there looking at the roadmap, and another agent that like reads the roadmap, works on one small next item. It has a goal to keep it going. And then it just implements the next item. And then the other one's sitting over here monitoring it, writing the documentation, following along. And then if it sees like, hey, it would be cool to add this new feature, it just adds it to the roadmap document. And the other one then picks it up and implements it. And it's been going for weeks now. So yeah, I've probably burned, I don't know, 10 to 20 billion tokens on that GLM plan. I don't expect the AI, like the UI is going to work super great. So what we're going to do is we're going to load that thing up first, see how it works, and then we'll have GPT 5.5 go in and like clean up the user interaction because it's much better at writing Swift. And it will like find nuances of things. So I don't know, but maybe I'll be really surprised when we first start this thing up. So if you see on my screen sometimes this like gray square opens up, it's because that's like the tests. It's running all the tests on the UI. And it's just been going and going and going. And there's all these features in there that I never would have like told it to add, but it's just been adding them. So I'm kind of excited to, it's like playing with a new Christmas present or something. We'll see what happens. But yeah, I paid $350 for this plan. And I'm probably burning $4,000 to $5,000 worth of tokens per day. Like if I were to have to pay for them today. And I have it for the whole year. Okay, so normal processing notifications still work. Cool. Okay, let's reload. Sometimes this reload doesn't actually work. We'll see what happens. Okay, I reloaded. Now let's go back to working on the UI like we were working on before. So I think the reload actually killed our dev server, so you're gonna have to restart that. And then let's go back to working on um, fixing the license app page to make sure that the pagination is working. We need to make sure that it's properly using like good Rails patterns where these things have their own index page. Um, let's see what else. Okay, so I want you to create a goal to do this and make sure in the goal that it includes that you have to write tests, run the tests, and the tests must all pass to validate these changes. We should have controller tests, and we should be creating system tests to validate clicking on the thing, each of the things in the UI is working properly as well. Being able to talk to this thing, so the more context you give it, and like if you just keep talking to it, it actually like zeroes in better on what it is that you're meaning for it to do and try to do. You give it like a few words, it has to play like this guessing game and make some decisions, but like the more you just talk to it, the more I find that it can figure out which like your true intent is. All right, so I'm gonna let that cook for a few minutes, take a quick break, and I'll be back in probably 5 to 10 minutes or less. We'll see.
So we did here 3 complex things. We did activation of llama CPP locally, activation of speech-to-speech, that's another Python program.
All right, let's get this thing. Let's see. Saying, we've got. All right, so let's let it compact up a bit. All right, let's have it add some seed licenses or something. All right, I want you to add some seed licenses or something so that when I pull up the license products #1, I can see some seed licenses that have already been like issued. Uh, just to help us like when we're using this app out of the gate. All right, you landlubbers, we are back and we are going to get this app deployed. Let's go. Let's do this. All right. Come on, let's go. So the beautiful thing about being out in the middle of nowhere is you can just kind of yell into the void when you want to, and you don't got weird neighbors or neighbors looking at you weird. Nice. Look at that. We both took a snack break. I just feel weird like if I was sitting here like snacking on camera. So, and I needed to eat something. I streamed for like 9 hours yesterday, and I had some of these shiitake mushrooms from Costco. They're actually like chips. They're kind of weird, but I don't know. So I've been going to Costco lately, and I'll like look at the random things they have, and sometimes they're just awful, but some of the things are pretty good. I was pleasantly surprised by the shiitake mushrooms. I did get these organic, soft and chewy sweet potato sticks. It's just sweet potato, but they're like gummy because they steamed the sweet potato. They're like dog treats. Like, no, I can't eat them. In fact, there's a bunch of dogs around here I've been giving them to. So, and they seem to like them. And the owners are like, yeah, it's just sweet potato, go for it. So, Costco's selling dog food to humans, apparently. Spicy tofu meat? I've never heard of that. I did apply to stream on TikTok, but I've never actually posted on anything on it, so I'm guessing their like automated system is going to be like, no, that's a bot. Don't give him streaming permissions. See what happens. Okay, so let me just read what's going on in this other project, because the one that's been running for weeks just stopped and said it's done. Just crazy. I don't know how it could be done. So let's see here. I want you to look for possible edge cases or additional things that we should test, and make sure that all state is using this event system now. I also want to think about how, and by the way, I'm talking to this AI over here, so I need to, I'm just gonna like, it might not like sound like, I'm talking to a different AI about a different project, so we'll see how this goes. How are you gonna promote your app? I'm streaming it, man. This is how I'm promoting it. Yeah, I'm just gonna stream the whole thing. I actually used to be, I used to work for a tens of billions of dollars digital marketing company. So I actually know traditional digital marketing very well. But I don't like doing it. So we're gonna go non-traditional, where I'm just gonna stream stuff that I'm building and put it out there. See what people like, what they don't, you know? Okay, so real quick, back to this other app. The other app basically finished and said that, and I basically like sat here and dictated one day to it about everything that I wanted from like the ultimate app for managing AI across all of these projects we're building and stuff. But now it says it's done. So let's just poke it. Sometimes you gotta like it will eventually converge on the ultimate prediction of tokens to where it ends, even with a goal. So you have to inject some randomness, some noise into the conversation and make it look in places maybe it didn't before. So we're going to do this. I want you to look for possible edge cases or additional things that we should test. I also am thinking about how does this work with, say, a Pi session? If we close the canvas or we close the app, the macOS app, for like a specific workspace that maybe has a Pi session open, what happens if I close that app and reopen it? Does the Pi session disappear? Like, will the Pi session keep running? Is the Pi session being run by the backend server? Because then that would allow us to at least close the front end and reopen the front end while the process is still running on the backend server. So really, like, the Go backend server would actually need to be managing running like the Pi process and passing along commands to the Pi agent, as well as like maybe streaming the output back. I'm not sure how the best way to do that would be. Maybe search the web to figure that out. But we should probably look into that because that's going to be really important is, if I'm running the server somewhere, I should be able to like close my laptop that the front end is running on, disconnect from the Wi-Fi, maybe turn the app off, come back later and reopen the app, reconnect to the backend server, and the Pi process should have kept going and the agent should have kept doing its work. And that's how we do this. I mean, I literally just dictated a few paragraphs to this thing and it's just gonna like go do it for a while, and it's probably gonna come back with an answer and I'll have to figure some stuff out, but we'll go from there. I don't know, like, you got any ideas of how I should promote other than just streaming this? I don't really want to do like paid search and internet searching and all that because honestly, I think it's probably getting to die with agentic stuff. I really think we're going to get to a place where AI is doing all the searching and it's going to like filter and return results to you. And because like you don't have advertisements on the websites to pay for these things anymore, we're going to have to get to this like 402 or 409, that'd be 402 HTTP code where it's like the AI has to pay like a little bit to get the data from the site. Microtransactions, which is like the holy grail of every blockchain. So I'm thinking maybe for now I just don't worry about that. Like, this is the marketing. We're doing the streaming now. If you like the stuff, I mean, you can see me building all of it. So you know what's in there, you know how it works. Like, you've seen me go through it and make sure that it works. So if people are watching these videos and you like the products I'm building, go pay for them. And that'll make it so that I can keep building new products and new things that we come up with. But yeah, no, I'm not going to go and like run Facebook ads or anything like that. I think that era is dying, honestly. We'll see what happens. I need more coffee. Good thing I made a whole pot. A van-sized pot, though. When you live in a van, you gotta have a little pot. The other nice thing about living in a van is pretty much everything in it is within arm's reach. I'm actually sitting on my refrigerator. So I got like this little stadium seat. And The stadium seat's kind of cool. It's got like a little back to it. It's soft, and it's like sitting in a normal chair, but I'm just sitting like on a flat. It's a refrigerator, but it's really a cooler. It has two different zones. You can set the temperature. It's really fancy. It's not like I'm filling it with ice every day kind of thing. But this works, you know. Pull the fridge up, sit on it, put my stadium seat on it, and we're good to go. It also, like, I thought about having like a big gaming chair because I had like a nice office chair when I lived in a house. And I was thinking, like, if I'm driving around though, like the casters on it, like the wheels are gonna like move. And the chair's gonna like go flying around whenever I'm driving. So this is nice because I just like push the fridge back in and it just stays where it's supposed to stay. It's a little cubby. Maybe I'll give you guys a full tour of the van at some point in a future video. We'll see. There's probably pictures on my X account if you wanted to go dig through those. At Zayden Ryan on X and everywhere else. Okay, so this thing is done. Created some seeds. It says it's applied them. And it should be showing them. Oh, hey, look at that. We already have our seeds in here. That's pretty cool. Does revoke work? Let's find out. Revoked. Nice. Activation revoked. Probably shouldn't say active if it's revoked, right? So I clicked revoke on like the first. Like seed license that you created, and it does say revoked, but it also still says active up in the top right. I don't know if we want that to still say active if we're like revoking. Also, it says active like 2 places on these things. 3 places. It says active in 3 different places on that card, which is extremely verbose. It probably only needs to show the status of the license in 1 place. Also, I'm noticing that it's showing like 0 of 2 machines. We should probably create some like seed data for like machine activations. And I think I should be able to like click on the 0 of 2 machines or 1 of 2 machines or whatever and see the machine serial numbers that it's like registered to and when those were registered and stuff like that. And I should probably, like, as the owner of this product, be able to deactivate a machine because I can imagine someone's gonna like send a support ticket and not want to like log in and deactivate their own machine themselves, and they're gonna like ask me to do it. So we'll need to be able to like deactivate a machine for somebody. There we go. Let that cook. Yeah, so as soon as this is done, we're going to take the other app that's been running and just building, and we're going to fire it up, and we're going to see what it came up with, if it's any good. I'm fairly certain I'm going to have to go through it and like play with every feature and make sure that things are working. In like my previous tests, the GLM 5.2 stuff, it kind of like struggled with things around maybe like grabbing a card and dragging it across the window, like dropping it. It has like some issues with just I don't know if they're like concurrent issues or what it is, but we might be able to skill those out. I'm suspecting we're going to run into a lot of just that kind of like, it looks good from a programmatic standpoint for the AI that's writing it, but like it can't do dragging and dropping real well. It just doesn't have like a good feel for what it's like to use the app. So we're gonna have to go through and manually test everything and give it feedback on how to fix that stuff. Which I'm looking forward to. I think that's gonna be the fun stuff. This license server thing is boring as fuck. I just want to get this done. But too often have I started building products before I knew how I was going to sell them. So I'm really glad, since we're doing this as a business and we're building this business from the ground up, you're building it with me. We are going to know how to sell these things before we build them. So we've got our SaaS products. We can easily do that. All wired up into Stripe. We can crank out any website we want now. Super easy, with users, enterprise features like teams and organizations and permissions. We got it all. But now we need to be able to build macOS apps, because I think that's like the next frontier. I think macOS apps went out of fashion for a long time. And if I had to guess, it's because people just struggled with like building in the Apple ecosystem. Like, why would you waste a bunch of time trying to build something that Apple could just yank out from under your feet because they wanted to build it themselves, or revoke your developer license or whatever? But we're not shipping to the App Store, so we're going to sign this stuff with a valid Apple developer license for now. And then we will sell it through our license app software that we're building. Gotta turn up my mug. It's getting coffee's getting a little cold. Something I gotta figure out how to do better is, so my computer use tool, I like added this idea of sessions. And so when the agent like starts up and it starts using the computer use, like it moves the mouse, clicks on things, types the keyboard, whatever. And this is the reason I have another Mac. So then it can basically take control of that other machine as if it's the user sitting there with the mouse and keyboard. It doesn't interrupt me. But it's really bad at like closing windows on its own. It will like open a new browser tab, go to the website, like interact with it, but it just, for whatever reason, always forgets to close the browser tab or close a window. I suspect like maybe in the new GPT 5.6 like Soul and stuff, they'll fix this because they've had computer use in codecs for a little longer. But what I did is I basically made it so when the app, when a Pi session connects to the backend gateway, which is actually like the computer use, it has to like start a new session, like as if you were like starting a web session. And in that session, it collects all the windows and applications and stuff that it's opened. So if it says, oh, I want you to open up Google Chrome, it doesn't open up like 1,000 different Google Chromes in its session and then finish what it's doing. And when it closes, just leave them all open. So now what happens is it can open up 1,000 windows if it wants to, but as soon as that Pi session is done, all of those things close down. Sometimes we got to code around the limitations of AI at the moment. That's pretty cool. Okay, so it's already started fixing this a little bit. It says license active, shows the two machines. We can deactivate one, Shows the one that's deactivated already. I like it. License disabled. Oh. What does that mean? License suspended? Can it be deactivated if it's suspended? I don't know. So in the UI now, I'm seeing different states like license suspended, license disabled, license active. What is it that sets that state? So are those states being set automatically because like a license has expired? Or is that just a state that we're storing in the database and you're like displaying it right now? Because we should be intentional about the states of each of these licenses. I don't know why we would need different states other than like maybe a license is active or maybe the license has been like deactivated, manually by us, which I also don't even see like a button to change that state. Like right now, I don't see any kind of button where I could disable a license if I needed to for a user. Is there some automated process that sets these? Do we have like, or maybe these because we have like monthly licenses where they have to pay every month and we're setting like the state based on that? License refunded is a good one, I guess. Like if we refund the Stripe account, then we should probably deactivate the license so that's a refunded license. But I think in that case, it's more just like a license is either active or not active, right? Um, and if it's not active, maybe there's like a reason. So maybe the license isn't active because it was refunded. Or maybe the license was suspended because it like got leaked on the internet or something. Um, I think maybe like if we allow for subscriptions for licenses, then maybe a license could be past due, which is the reason maybe it would be deactivated. I want you to go through, read some more code, and come back to me with your findings. Boom. Did I make a white and dark mode? Yeah, I did. Um, so I actually just go in here and set it, change it. And this is in the foundation layer. So if you go back, watch one of the earlier videos, I think maybe the first one, I don't know. I went over like how I built the foundation layer, and then everything can build on top of the foundation layer. So they all get this for free now. And you can even set the system so it's like the user's system preference, whatever their computer is set to. Thanks. All right, now. Visible states are mostly stored in database values. License status supports active, suspended, disabled. Stripe does mutate license status in cases. That's suspended automatically. Okay, yes, let's proceed with your recommendation. We need to fix these findings so that um, the seller does have the ability for disabling and reactivating a license manually. But there should be things like the Stripe hooks that maybe mutate the license status in a few cases. Um, or if a license expires, but I don't know if we even have the ability for licenses to expire. Um, yeah, why don't you like for the findings and for your recommendation, go through and give me like create a new spec of what we should do to fix these things and then provide the file path to me to the spec so that I can review it. And at that point, I'll tell you whether to update the spec or proceed with implementing it. Yep, I live in a van. I have been living in this van for 4 years. Me and my girlfriend just travel around the country all the time. I built this whole thing myself. I want you to go find if PTY is the correct way to do this or if we should be doing it some other way. Search the web to see what our options are and come back to me with them. But I think that the spec you have is pretty good so far. I just want to know if this is really the best way to do this or if we should think about doing it a different way that would be better or more responsive or just have a better user experience for users, keeping in mind that this stuff should be still running by the back end. Now we're working on two apps at once because the other one finished. All right, so back to our main one. Yeah, so I noticed that you like explicitly called out the suspected leak reason. But I think maybe we want that to just be like a free form field or maybe like some drop down options with the ability to add freeform text in there of a reason why it was suspended, just so that like the seller can make a note of why it was suspended if they want to. But I don't think we should ever assume that the reason that the seller deactivated it is because it was a suspected leak. That was just me giving you an example. Okay, go ahead and update the spec with your recommendations. Um, we want to build this the best way possible, even if it takes more effort and would require us to take longer to implement it. So, as long as your recommendation is the best way possible for what we should have in our future state down the road, then yes, let's go with that. Okay, go ahead and implement the changes. Actually, create a goal to implement the changes. Make sure the goal includes writing tests for things like controller tests or maybe even model tests, I don't know, and also do system tests to test things on the UI. The goal should also include, as part of its validation, running those tests and making sure that they pass. The goal is not done until all this validation is completed and passing. No, my coffee's too hot. There it is. Turn it down. Something wrong. Click this. This breadcrumb should. Ugh. Now we're cooking. I gotta be working on two things at once or I start to get bored. Did you think about this thing? That's a good idea. Yeah, I'm not really a designer, so I probably should come up with something distinct so that when people see my app, like they know that that's that app, right? Yeah, we'll have to brainstorm and figure out what that should be. I think right now I'm just trying to get like the foundation of the app laid out and just like get to a point where we can start it up. And then yeah, we'll have to create like that one cool feature, that one cool thing that like instantly people know that that's that app for sure. It's a good idea. Okay, so I think our spec is pretty good to go. I want you to create a new goal to implement this spec fully end to end. The goal should include testing. So we want to have automated tests created, probably even smoke tests that exercise the actual UI behavior. We should definitely have deterministic simulation testing with the events. And we want to make sure that everything is working end to end. So the goal is not to be marked completed until all those tests are written. We have full test coverage, 100% proof that it's done, and all those tests are passing. Once you've created that goal, I want you to start implementing it and continue implementing it. Yeah, I really don't think you need to spawn any subagents, reviewers for now. I'll tell you when it's okay to start using subagents again. If there's any subagents running right now, just kill them. Also, update the goal so it's exactly like it is now, but include not to use subagents. Oh, I love that. I love when the file gets so large and then the agent goes, oh, I should probably break this down into smaller files. Yes. I mean, that's just like good architecture patterns, right? Like you start building something, you keep building it until you can see the abstractions that need to be made. Then you break it down into more modular abstractions. I also want you to commit all of the changes in this Git repository and push them up. And make sure that you're like committing as you go and at reasonable points when you've completed something. Yeah, so our macOS app that we've got started going over here, um, thought it was done, and then I rehashed what I told it a few days ago, and it kind of like veered off track a little. So I think it's back on track now, and it'll hopefully go back and fix some of the things that it did in a way that it wasn't supposed to. Hmm. So I'm gonna let this cook for a little while. I'm gonna go take a walk, stretch my legs, and I will be back. I'll leave this running and let it cook. I'll be back in maybe 30 minutes or so. Hey, Kinsey, what's going on? Awesome, thanks. Gonna return here on cam in just a minute. Just making some food real quick, and then we'll be back. My day's been pretty good so far. We are just grinding away here on creating a licensing server, and then we're going to start building our macOS app. This server is just going to allow people to actually purchase our macOS app when we build it. Think of it like our own app store. All right, we are back, y'all, for more vibe coding of our licensed server. Today is the 250th anniversary of these United States. People will be celebrating their 4th of July, and we will be building a licensed server. Don't worry, people. I spend all my time in the outdoors because I live in a van and travel full time, and I'm in the middle of a forest right now. So when I want to get outside, I get outside. I'm not really stuck in like a cubicle. Although this van could be considered a cubicle, I guess. But no, I can get out when I want to. So right now what I want to do is vibe code. You know, the crazy thing is right now, because it's the 4th of July, I think the OpenAI servers are actually not being used very much because we are screaming at nearly 2x the tokens per second that we've had for the last few days. So we better take advantage of it, because that means that on fast mode's actually working right now for once. So looks like our license app, like the AI went through, tested out all the things from the buyer's perspective. And now I've got it going through and testing out all the things from the... Well, no, I tested them out from the seller's perspective. Now I got testing out from the buyer's perspective. So as you can see here, the LLM, the AI, it's actually taking control of this computer. Like, it's taking screenshots, it's analyzing what's on the screenshot, it's figuring out where the things are drawing boxes around them internally on the screenshot, and it's creating these bounding boxes so that it knows where it should go click. This is so cool. I mean, let me tell you, when I was doing development back in the day, you had to actually manually test your own app. And now we can do most of the manual testing automatically. Automatic manual testing. Never thought I'd say that. Here we are. We need to get pumped up a little bit here. Yeah, there we go. Pump it up. All right. This mug I got is pretty cool. It actually has different temperatures. You see the lights on. And I can pour a cup of coffee, and 5 hours later, that cup of coffee is still hot. And I'm talking piping hot. I love it. I love technology. You used to have to put your coffee in the microwave 10 times a day. Or if you're like me, you just drink it the colder it got faster. You drink it faster the colder it got, so that you didn't have to drink it while it was cold. Hopefully I don't look like too much of a outdoorsy, maybe homeless person, I guess, in this Melanzana hoodie. If you know what mellies are, then you've probably been to Leadville, Colorado. I like it. It's so comfortable. It breathes nicely. Cool when it's warm, and it's warm when it's cool. Shall we do a power check? All right, so since we live in a van here, since I live in a van here with my girlfriend, we are fully off grid. This whole thing is powered by solar. All of our computer equipment is also powered by solar. If you saw what I'm looking at, you'd be like, wow, didn't even know. Didn't know solar could do that, but it can. Check this out. Pull up. See how much power we got, you know? Would you look at that? I don't know if you guys remember when we started this morning, we were at like 0, or we were like 40, 50 something percent, I think. And now we are at 100% battery. We got enough power to last us 23 days. The current sunlight. Yeah, I mean, this is amazing, you know? Never have to pay a power bill. And we're running AI off the sun. So take that. Take it. Take that to the bank. Let's go. All right. Put that app down a little so it just like just looks better on the screen. is this thing doing? All it had to do is some validation. Crazy. I don't know. We're gonna let it cook. We'll see what happens. Our codex limits just reset for a fresh 5-hour session. Let's go. We've got more tokens. Let's play those slots. You know what I'm saying? Put them in. See if we get some good code out when we pull that lever. I cannot wait for you guys to see this new macOS app. I haven't actually seen it, but I have been watching the agent cook it for weeks now. And I'm pretty excited. I think we got a good foundation set for it now. I think it's gonna work. I'm hoping it's gonna work. It could turn out to be horribly slow the way that I decided to architect this. I have no idea how it's gonna turn out. We're gonna hope that it's gonna be horribly fast, because that would be sick. Certainly faster than Codex doing compaction, which takes all of 5 to 10 minutes apparently. Golly. I want you to tell me your step-by-step things that you still need to do in order to verify and meet the goal that we're working on now. Don't actually start working on this until you have told me all of the steps that you're going to take and the things that still need to be verified and the tests that still need to be written. I want you to review the code and do that. Respond back to me before you start working on anything. Oh man, it impacted right as I was about to hit send. I gotta wait. Bothers me is that we just did compaction. We're already at 23% of our context window. I don't know what's been put in there. We're gonna have to probably figure that out. I bet there's some extensions, adding tools or something. We probably got some like logs, skill descriptions. It's a never-ending battle, just keeping the agent lean. Just wants to like build and consume everything. All right. All right. That's something, I guess. Uncommitted log changes are only in those things. says it was gonna wait for him, but I guess the gold tool like kicked it and told it to keep going. At least it's got like a plan for it to work off of. Just shooting in the dark. I'm pretty sure we actually have the ability to uh, capture emails in our test environment too. So you should like look at the gems we have installed for that because you might be able to just open that up and get the access code out of the email. It's almost like I know this code base. So yeah, we're using this letter opener gem. So we should see it open a web page maybe. It's like a mailbox. So when we send emails, we can actually see the emails. This is good in our development environment, but obviously it's not something you want in production. For some reason though, GPT feels like it needs to read the code to understand how this thing works. Really all it needs to do is just open the web page. All right, if you're just tuning in, we are building a license app server, and then we're going to start building our macOS app. But this is going to allow us to sell our macOS app. There's a lot of solutions out there. We went through some of them in one of the streams yesterday. Go back and watch those, like those videos, subscribe to this channel, please. And thank you, because we are going to be building a lot of stuff in here. And I think you're going to get a lot of value out of this. You know, if I can go through what it's like day to day as a vibe coding engineer, then maybe you can get some tricks out of it, you know, and make your vibe coding experience better too. Also, I'm going to be building a lot of products. So if there's anything you guys want to see, right now I'm just building the stuff that I need as I go in terms of stepping stones. First, we built an entire foundation to build SaaS products. Then we deployed that on our server. Now we're actually using that to build our license software so that anyone can actually sell software through what's going to be our SaaS product. And then we're going to build our macOS app and we're going to dog food, meaning we're going to use our own product that we're building right now here on the screen to sell our macOS app that we're going to build after this. We'll just be adding one feature at a time, one feature as we go. Find that one cool feature, we'll build it. If there's something we need, we'll build it, and then we'll ship it. I know everyone wants to vibe code stuff in Rust, Zig, TypeScript. Nah, we're going old school. We're going to vibe code in Ruby. Because you can do a lot with Ruby with a very little amount of code. As long as we write proper tests, we don't need all the type stuff either. In fact, I had sorbet typing built into our entire Ruby on Rails mono repo here. And for a while when I was actually writing code manually with this, it was nice because I could easily go to definition in NeoVim and stuff. And sorbet kind of enabled me to be able to do that. But it just became ugly in my code. And it was like the AI had to read a lot of stuff. Now it reads less tokens, writes just as good of code, and I just keep pressing it to write more and more tests. In fact, we even have a test, I believe, that runs our tests and explicitly looks for code coverage. So if we don't get enough code coverage, the CI action runner says, nope, you can't merge this PR. You got to go back and write some more tests. And then the AI just does it, which is pretty cool. It's starting to finally warm up in here. I'm guessing the sun is beating on the side of the van. Huh. I have to clean that fan up. I think it's ticking a little bit. I don't know, maybe we'll turn the air conditioning on since we're at full power. We power our air conditioner off of solar. How many people could say they do that? This morning when I woke up, it was freezing. It was like 40 degrees. now I'm guessing it's probably in the like mid to high 80s. You're at high elevation. It's crazy. All right, we are cooking, ladies and gentlemen. We gotta get this thing deployed, you know? Like, let's get this app server deployed. Let's get the licensing going. Oh, he's writing some serious tests right now, but I just want to get this thing out the door and shipped. All right, you all are looking at the same thing I'm looking at, and right now we are watching the AI actually go through, click on things, test them out, and make sure that everything's working. You know, I think it's really important to test things from the perspective of your users. There used to be like an old running joke that some people had, you know, like a testing environment, some people had a production environment, and some people's production environments are their testing environment. We actually don't have a testing environment, or do we? Well, we do, pretty much, kind of, because we run everything in through our CI server. Using on GitHub, we're using ForgeJo, because we can add whatever we want, literally just a bunch of Go code. And if you want some new feature, let's say you want a new feature in GitHub, you could go shout it from the rooftops and ask them to make it. They probably won't. But if you're running your own ForgeJo instance, and Git is the easiest thing in the world to run, because it's literally just files on your computer. If you're cloning down a repository to your computer, you're running a Git server. You just have to have SSH running. This is done. All right, verified buyer workflow. Right, MCP using letter opener web for the real portal email. I really like that it called it portal. It's just the website. Like, why did it have to wrap it in this concept of a portal? Fixed dev email. Raw one-time code is request local. That's not right. Okay. This is why we review things. So we shouldn't really ever be using deliver now for sending emails. They should always be done using deliver later. I believe you could probably put the code in to the parameters for sending the email when you call deliver later. And then that way you have the raw one-time code in part of that email. But yeah, we just generally don't ever call deliver now because we want to use deliver later to send emails in case like the mail server's down or something. And by using deliver later, we can guarantee it's going to happen asynchronously via the job server and it will retry and all that stuff. And by job server, I'm pretty sure I mean solid queue. What? Q-U-E-U-E. Wow. Let's see. Yes, I also want you to fix your findings. I approve them. Ever since I started using like this voice thing, I just hate typing. Like I hate manually having to press keys. I feel like I can just talk to this thing so much faster. Just make sure there's nothing in here that we gotta worry about. So as you can see, they pulled up this portal, right? So if you're like a buyer of a piece of software, here's like your license. I don't know if this actually like makes any sense to the user. Maybe we don't display it. Deactivate. Ooh, look at that. I clicked it and it just worked. That actually didn't work until I told the agent to exercise this. It has to exercise its own code. Like it has to run its code, click on the things that it produces, and you'll find that you just get so much better results that way. I mean, imagine being a programmer, sitting down and like writing a program for a week or two, and then just hitting run and expecting everything to just work beautifully. Never happens. Unless you're me. I mean, I was able to do it. Not every time, but sometimes. You would celebrate. I would celebrate in those situations. But now, most of the time, you had to go back and fix things. And if you wrote tests, you found edge cases that you need to fix. Yeah, I can't wait till we get to the point where like we can just start working on lots of things at the same time. I could probably do that, just start do Pi sessions for each project. But I don't want to like inherit a bunch of just I don't want to call it technical debt, but I don't want to start building things before I have a good way to manage all of them, if that makes sense. I mean, we've already built a bunch of things and deployed them just to like test it out, make sure that was all working, but I want like the ultimate mission control to manage all the features and everything we're going to build. I think that's what we really need. This is a one-man solopreneur. I need to be able to delegate work to AI. I don't want to delegate that to myself, you know. I certainly don't want to have to hire somebody else to do it. The app is coming along nicely. Right now, it is working on wrapping up some tests and ensuring that things are just working properly from the user's perspective, the buyer of like a piece of licensed software. So as soon as we have solid testing in place for that and we've exercised all the code paths, then we'll move on to making sure that it all works nicely with our macOS shell app that we created. I want to like run through it myself, you know, and just make sure like I can activate a license, I can trigger an update. I think that's something we probably still need to add. So if I like update my software, I want it to automatically cut a release, maybe like an RSS feed or something. I don't know I want to do that yet. I could use an RSS feed. I don't know if anything actually uses RSS anymore. But could have it like post to our endpoint that there's a new release. It will update it. And then everyone's software will just get updated. That'd be really cool. Plus, I mean, I could go use our GLM plan from Z.AI to do some stuff concurrently, but at the rate we're going, according to my Codex our app here, we are probably about on a little ahead of pace for what our token burn rate is. So if I go launch another agent to start working on features in parallel, then I'm just going to burn through my token usage too quickly, and it'll just be sitting here waiting, which I guess we're kind of already doing anyway. Lucky wants to know, how do you code a secure database so people use their personal passwords, emails? Is it some sort of encryption? Yes. So when you collect an email, or really like when you collect a password, what you don't want to happen is your database to get hacked and leaked to the public. And obviously, but it's also really bad if it does get leaked and the database passwords are stored in plain text. And so what a lot of these apps will do is they will create like a unique salt, and then possibly even like a unique way, like a unique decrypt key, depending on how you want to do it. But generally, the general principle of this is encrypt the passwords. Don't encrypt them all with the same like raw key. And then that way, if the database ever gets leaked, they can't just like brute force what all of the original passwords were. Because if you want to brute force what a password is, like with a one-way function, you actually have to run all the passwords through it, or get a password list, hash them all, and then see if they match anything, right? And so if you put a unique salt in with the password, then what happens is you can't just like do this thing where you like have these rainbow tables and you look up what the password is. Like if you have the encrypted password, you can't just easily look up what the encrypted password is. How do they store the decryptor, or is it locally stored? Well, you don't decrypt the passwords. That's the beautiful thing about this. Is once you send the password, the server encrypts it and never be decrypted again. So when a user comes and they want to log into the website, well, how do you know if they sent you the correct password if you can't decrypt it? Well, all you have to do is when they fill in their username and password to log in, is encrypt the password that they sent to log in and see if that encrypted password matches the encrypted password that you stored. Because the same inputs to a hashing function always yield the exact same outputs. So now you don't have to store the plain text password. You don't have to worry about someone's password being exposed because it's only ever stored in this encrypted way that can't be unencrypted very easily. And you just compare the two encrypted pieces together. And that's something like people will go and spend insane amounts of money on these OAuth solutions because they're afraid to like do that where you just encrypt both sides and do the equals. It's like 5 lines of code. Now, granted, you know, a lot of these attacks are like really sophisticated nowadays, and you have like nation states trying to do things like collect information about people, and so that you can, you know, talk to support or something and social engineer them to get them to reset a password for somebody if you give them enough personal information. And there's like other things where they'll try and break into your stuff. So having like a really strong or big company that does your OAuth, like Google or something, they've purchased so many security companies. They have so many security engineers. They're monitoring all these requests coming in all over the place. And so they can easily detect like nation state actors and other hackers trying to break into your account, which you're probably not going to have that level of sophisticated security procedures for some app that you're vibe coding. Can AI make a unique encryptor, or do you use external? Yeah, so a encryptor is just a one-way hashing function. So go look up SHA-256 or any number of sort of hashing functions, and you'll find that it's literally just a function where you put some input in and you get an encrypted thing out of it. Yeah, I'll send it in the chat. Let's see here. Actually, you could probably just ask an AI, you know, what are some good one-way hashing functions for encrypting passwords? And it'll explain to you how this works. It's actually not very complicated. The piece of code that does it is really maybe only a few lines of code. You pass in your plain text password variable into the function, and it returns an encrypted a string, and you just store that in your database. You probably also like generate a unique salt or something and then store that on the user record as well. And that just makes it so that like an attacker can't decrypt the whole database all at once. They have to actually like do it per salt per row. Actually, if you go use Ruby on Rails today, you can generate an entire web application that actually has usernames and passwords already implemented for you. Comes free out of the box. So we're using Ruby on Rails here. If you want to know all about security and Ruby on Rails, there's a really good guide. I'm going to post it in the chat, and that will, if you go read that, it'll give you a lot of information about how security works, especially in Ruby on Rails. And then if there's anything you don't understand how it works in there, put the link into your favorite chat GPT, whatever AI you're using, and ask it to explain the parts of it that you want to know more about. That's the beauty of AI. This stuff isn't knowledge gated anymore. That thing is literally there just to answer your questions. I love it. But yeah, you'll find in that link that I posted, the Ruby on Rails guide on security, there's an authentication section. And what they do is they actually generate a bunch of code when you create a new application. And in that code comes with all the controllers and models and views and everything for storing passwords, doing password resets. So if someone forgets their password, you got to email them. Just all built into there now for you. I guess if anyone's looking for that link that I was just talking about, I posted that in the Twitch stream chat. But I will pull up the guide here so that you guys can see what I'm talking about, because this is actually a pretty good guide to go read through nowadays if you want to learn more about security and whatnot, especially as it relates to web applications and particularly Ruby on Rails. So let's just pull that up here so that you can see what I'm talking about. So on this page, there's all sorts of good stuff in here. Session hijacking, session storage, how is that stuff encrypted, how's it signed, you know, CSRF, cross-site request forgery tokens, you know, how you should deal with file uploads to your server, because if people can upload files, they might be able to execute those files once they've uploaded them to your server. All sorts of good stuff in here, and Rails really protects you out of the gate with a lot of this. But the section I was talking about before particularly is the authentication section. So when you generate a new Rails app, it will generate all of these beautiful things for you. The web pages themselves with the HTML or ERB code for doing things like resetting your password, setting a new password for a logged in user, logging in, emailing, like if someone forgets their password and you need to like email them or reset that token. It even creates the schema to store this stuff properly in the database. Um, in this one, they're even storing like IP address so that you can in sessions to specific IP addresses if that's what you want to do. Um, yeah, all sorts of cool stuff. These guides are full of amazing information. If you're going to do any kind of web development, I highly recommend you go do some Ruby on Rails stuff. I highly recommend you go read the Rails guides because they put a lot of time into this stuff and it is very extensive. I mean, this thing comes with everything out of the gate that you could ever want. Validations for your database, right? Callbacks. Let's say like I change a data property in a model and I want some side effect to happen, or I want to have associations in my database of primary keys. This thing has many of this other thing. Like in our example, we have a licensed product that sellers can sell, and that licensed product has many licenses that buyers have purchased, and so there's an association between the licensed product and the purchase licenses, right? One product has many purchase licenses. Views, right? Your web pages, your front end, all of that kind of beautiful rendering stuff. Your controllers are what processes the actual web request. Like, where does the front end, when you click submit on a form, it sends it to the back end, and it has to do some processing with that, right? Store some data in the database, pull some data out of the database, authenticate your users, all that good stuff. And then there's all this other things that they've just been tacking on forever. They're so great. Action mailer. You can actually have your server send emails out super easily. You can do background jobs and tasks. You can have it go like, I mean, you could create a whole web scraper product just on these background jobs if you wanted to. I'm not saying that's the thing you should do, but like, let's say you wanted to have an email sent later in time, right? You can easily do that because you can schedule this thing to be run some point in the future. And if you're trying to like send an email, but the server that you're using to send the email through is down, this thing will just automatically retry for you. That's just pretty cool. Active storage. If someone wants to upload files to your web app, right? Like, where do those files get stored? How do they get processed? Do they get linked to records in our database so that we know what those files represent? All that's in there. If you want to have real-time web sockets, like let's say you had a product where you could put things on a TV, right? Like a digital signage board, and it had like real-time updates coming into it. Or like you go into a restaurant and maybe, they got their whole menu up on the board on the TV or something, and they run out of an item. Someone can go in there and say, oh, we're all out of this one. It will automatically like update on real time on the TV. Or you could just use it to create like a chat application. Maybe a bunch of people want to have a persistent connection to the web server so that they can chat back and forth and get the messages that are coming in and going out. And this used to be like powered by Redis and in-memories, but now there's even like solid cable, so you can use SQLite just right in on your own machine. You don't need to set up like a Postgres. You don't need to go pay for anything. It just runs a database right on your server for you. And it's got all this other stuff, right? So internationalization used to be a big thing because you'd have to manually translate like all of the text in your website into these other languages, and then it would like pick the translated text for the version, like they want English, they want French, they want Spanish, whatever, and you'd have to fill it in that way. But now we have AI, and a lot of people's web browsers will just like automatically translate web pages for them. So I don't know how useful that is anymore, but we'll see. Testing, we're talking unit tests, model tests, controller tests, integration tests, system tests. There's some more. You do smoke tests. All that kind of stuff is in here. Like there's entire frameworks out there that'll like open your browser, click on the things, make sure they're all working. You can automate all of that. Debugging, configuring Rails apps. You have the asset pipeline. This is like where all your Tailwind CSS, your JavaScript stuff, everything that you want bundled up and served to the front end, your images, all of that goes through this nice asset pipeline that's been established. Auto loading and reloading. The beautiful thing about Ruby is I can go and I can modify the code on a server that is running live on my machine. I wouldn't do it to like the production server, but I could do it to like the one I'm developing on. I just change some code and it instantly hot reloads on the web page in front of me. And we've been watching that happen on the stream. Active support instrumentation. I guess they're still working on that, but like basically you can send events and instrument how your app is doing things inside of Ruby. We've kind of like always had this, but it's been done in a hacky way. Ruby allows you to like modify a lot of the language at runtime. So you can actually like wrap certain functions. And so if you know a function's gonna get called, you'll like wrap it and then trigger like your start span. And then once that function gets called and it returns, trigger your end span, and like you automatically got all this like beautiful instrumentation out of it. Sometimes it could be a little slow because of that way you do that, but they even have performance tuning, caching. It's solid cache now. You don't need to run like a memcache server. You can actually just cache right on disk. You can cache anything from like database lookups, like complex ones. You can do like Russian doll caching of your views, so you can actually like layers like an onion, so that you don't have to like spend time rendering HTML over and over again if it's going to be the same thing rendered, right? Oh, there's just so much in here. You can have multiple databases on your back end that your models connect to. Here's like some more encryption stuff. So if you want to get into that, Lucky, I think you're asking about that. There's just so much. There's so much. You can get into engines. So if you go into day one of this stream, I think I went through a foundation engine that I created, in which I'm building all the SaaS products off of this stuff. Writing in code execution, kind of a new topic, because for a long time you would run Rails in like a single thread in Puma or something, and you'd spin up like a bunch of threads and every request would be like tied to a single thread. But now we have things like what's it called, Phoenix? No, not Phoenix. I'm drawing a complete blank. My mind's going blank. But anyway, I bet if I click on this, it'll tell us. Yeah, so before you would use something like Puma and you'd have these threads, but like now Samuel over at Shopify has actually created like another server for running all this stuff. And you can use these lightweight fibers, which are kind of like promises. If you've ever used something in like JavaScript where they have promises, they kind of work similarly. Type of fibers explicitly like has to yield to other calls, and they've implemented this in the entire Ruby core now. So any like IO operations you do are automatically yielding, and that's kind of what Node.js brought to the table early on, which was kind of cool because people didn't have to think about this stuff. But only in this model, like it's actually multi-threaded. There's no guarantees in which core a given thread is going to end up executing on, so you still have to be aware of memory constraints with things like concurrency. So you have to actually wrap some stuff with like mutexes, otherwise cores have little caches on them and you could get a bad read because you didn't properly wrap something with a mutex. And all a mutex is really doing in the low layer is just guaranteeing that the CPU doesn't like reorganize the operations that you're telling it to do, because a lot of times that's what, when it comes down to like parallel computing concurrency, that's what it's really doing. Anyway, There's a lot of stuff in here. I'd highly recommend you go read some of it, and you'll become really knowledgeable about web development. Boom. All right, let's see. Where are we at? So we are. Now we're on post codes. Job. I actually told it to like generate the license code and put it in the job, and it's like, no, I'm not going to do that. So it looks like what it did is it actually took the code, and probably did it in a more secure way where it actually just generates the unique code inside of the job itself. Yeah. So we queue a delivery job. The job gets picked up by the job server, which is running in another process. And then it grabs stuff out of the database that it needs, creates a new access code record, and then emails it out so that it doesn't leak into the job server. But I don't really think that's a problem, honestly, in my opinion. Whatever, this works. Okay, so now we are at the point where we have tested the user portal. We have tested the seller portal. So we've got the seller portal tested, the buyer portal tested, tested deactivate. I want you to create a new PR in ForgeJo and wait for the actions to pass on the PR. And if they all pass correctly, then go ahead and merge the PR into main. Oh, it said ForgeJo wrong, so we're going to go back to our trusty Voice Inc. dictionary. So if you remember, we had this up before here. And we are just going to go to our dictionary, and the word that it said was ForgeJo, which is pretty much what I said. So we'll say ForgeJo. Should actually be ForgeJo. I don't know, maybe I'm pronouncing that wrong. But I could say ForgeJo now, and I don't know what I mean this time. That real quick. And this is like the thing that I absolutely love about AI nowadays is I can create a pull request. I can have it create a pull request. I can have like lots of these agents running and each of them watching their own pull request and just like nudging it along, right? As a developer, I used to like have to create all these pull requests and then like every few hours I'd go see if anyone reviewed anything or if any merge conflicts, and I'd have to like figure that out and do it myself. And I'd eventually have to click like the merge button if everything was good. And GitHub eventually added a feature where it would automatically merge if all the green lights passed. But even if you did that, you still ended up in this place where you probably ended up having to like pull the latest main into your branch and make sure it's up to date and run all the tests again. And I just hit it. It goes. Now I can come back to this later, and it's just going to have watched it and merged it in for me. Okay. So let's get back to our app. We look at here, what do we got so far? Did we cross anything off the list? Hey, we did this one. Great. Download sample shell button works. I should do that. Download sample shell. Oh, you guys can't see this because I am not on the screen. Let's just do that. It looks like it's downloading. Okay. Hey, look at that. We got like a whole macOS application here. Pretty cool. We got a licensed app client. We've got our app show and the core, whatever that means. All right. Let's check that one off our list. All right, clean up the product show page. There's still far too many words on it. I agree. I really want to get this done. Yeah, let's not do that right now. Maybe later. Lucky wants to know any recommendations on how do you study programming language? Should I like take notes, make different folders for different things, practice? Yeah, practice. Write a lot of code. That's the only way you should learn programming. Go read the book on the programming language and then write as much code as you possibly can. Find a project, something that you're passionate about, and then go try and work on it. You know, slog through the code for a while. Don't have like AI write it at first, because if you do that, you're not going to learn it as well. But if you get stuck, you can always ask AI for some help. How does Apple check if your app is secure? Do you know the requirements your app has to reach? Yeah, so if I put the app in the App Store, it has to go through this like Apple review process. And they have all sorts of like automated testing and manual human testing where that they do on your app to verify there's like not malicious things in there. Stuff gets through all the time. Don't ask me how I feel about the whole review process. It's kind of they'll love it. I don't think it's great. Might help catch some things, but anyway. Lucky. So to answer your question, we're not going to go through the App Store. We're going to just sign it. So Apple gave us a developer certificate, so we can actually like submit our code. They sign the code. We put the signature in, and then when people load the program, your operating system won't say like, oh, this is untrusted code, because it's already been signed properly. Brandon, what do you mean by license server? Cool. Well, I'll tell you what, I'll catch you up to speed real quick. We are building a license server so that we can sell our macOS app, and other people can sell whatever software they want. But if you remember back in the day, maybe you'd like buy Photoshop or Microsoft Word or something, you get like a little sticker with a license code on it, and you'd have to put it in, and it would register that piece of software to like your machine, and then you could start using all the advanced features. I'm sure you've bought some software before and had to like put that code in. So what we're doing is we're building the server ourselves that's going to generate that license. So when you purchase the software, it'll email you the license. You can like download the license file, or you just paste in what it says from the email into the application, and it activates all the features that you've purchased. That is a license server. All right, so let's continue on. We are 5.5 hours into this stream, and we are cooking, y'all. let's keep going. Give me 1 second. Alrighty, let's make sure we're set to go here and continue on with this work. All right, so what was next on our list? Clean up product show page, far too many words. We're gonna do that later. Actually, let's create a new section. Let's go. Leader. All right, so go through the steps on the page with a simple shell app. Let's do that. Let's run through our application and make sure that it's working, so that people who use it get a product that actually works. Let's see. So here. All right, so we have our license server here, and again, this is just a simple Ruby on Rails application that we spent the last 2 days or so building. And if we run through it here, we have our sample macOS app product that, as a seller of this product, I've uploaded. I can go in here now. Oh, this is why we test things, because that's broken. That should, the server needs to be restarted. Yeah. Okay. Back up here for a second. It looks like I think what I should probably do, because this one is currently running, we're going to do this. Check this out. Go pi resume. We're actually going to just resume the current that we're working on. And what we should see is this one's waiting for forge show actions, but this one's not. So what we're going to do is, hey, I want to play around with the actual license app engine now. So what I want you to do is forget about pushing it up. I have another agent working on the PR and merging it into main. Your task now is to run the dev server, and then I want you to go visit this page and make sure that it's working properly. Oh no, I hate it when that happens. I gotta fix this thing in voicing, but like, despite the fact that it pastes my text in, it still copies it to my clip. Oh, now I gotta copy that again. I'll just paste it in. Oh, and if this server's already running, go ahead and kill the process that's running right now. And then restart it yourself. So I'm doing it because the other agent is still running that process. So this will kill it, take control. The other agent can now go and watch that PR. It's going to continue to merge it in for us. And then this one is going to get the server back up and running so we can play with it. Yeah, we need an agent to motivate the agent, right? I mean, that's what this goal is supposed to be that we have here. Would it be even better if I just but yeah, our goal is really supposed to be like another agent sitting there watching this agent, and then it says if it's doing something wrong, it like tells it to go do it differently. Um, but in our new macOS app that we're going to build, I'm going to include something like that, like a big brother agent that watches all. Yeah, so there's actually like I have two different extensions in here. One is a goal. And so when you want to create the goal, you basically just send a goal here, or you do create. And what it's going to do is it's going to, you want to tell the agent, like, here are the things that you need to do. And I want you to only mark the goal done after you've completed these things and, validated, double check that you actually did that. And so you can think of the goal as like another agent that's just sitting there running and it's watching this one. And when this one finishes, it's going to say, it's going to look at everything it did and say, wait a minute, you didn't finish. And it's going to tell it to do some more things. And then it'll just keep nudging it to continue going. I have another one. Do I have it? I have supervise in here. This thing is crazy. Like, I can set the threshold level so it can actually sit there and watch the agent that I have running in real time, and it will like interject, right? So I could be like high, medium, or low mode. And on low mode, it basically only interjects if the other agent completely finishes. Or in like medium or high mode, if it sees the agent going down the wrong path, it will stop it and it will update it, and it'll basically, it's like if I were to type a new message in here and be like, hey, no, that's the wrong way to do this, right? And then I hit send, it's going to like interject and interrupt in the conversation. Supervise will do that for me. And so what I'll do usually with supervise is I'll give it a whole spec file. I'll say, here's the things you have to watch out for, make sure it stays on task. And if it sees the agent going way off task, then it kind of just interjects and gives it some like guiding messages. So Lucky, hopefully that answers your question. A long-winded answer, sorry. But yeah, when you have an agent running, it's actually just outputting like a JSON file, a new line JSON for each of this like stuff that's coming in. And you could have another agent watch the changes to that JSON file if you didn't want to have this as an extension, like you just wanted something watching something else. Or you could create like a pseudo terminal interface, PTY, and actually connect to the raw output stream of this app and watch it that way. When Peter created OpenClaw, like very early on, I think he added PTY to it. And so he could have one OpenClaw instance like watching the terminal sessions of other ones. All right, so it's still going. It's trying to get this server up and running, which is wild. Like, all right, maybe I should just let's go. Definitely listen. Yeah, open it up. So this Hollow Observe, I've gone over this before, but basically, I added my own computer use capabilities. So when you see it use this Hollow model, it's actually a model that I'm running on the machine, and it takes a screenshot, and then it looks at everything on the screen, and then it sends back some like markdown to the agent so that the agent can like visually understand. So like you can see here, there's like bounding boxes and all the things that it's seeing on the screen, and then it can go and like click on them and stuff. I hate it. I kind of don't like it when it uses it because it consumes so many tokens. I might enhance that at some point. I gotta like make my gateway be able to like summarize. So I almost need it to be, maybe I should do this later. I almost need a way so that the agent can like ask a question of like, hey, what is this thing on the screen, or where is this thing? And instead of returning like all the information about the screen, it will simply come back and just say like, here's the little bit of information you were looking for, and won't return so much data and blow up the context like you just saw it do it. By the way, if you ever want to create your own computer use tool, and all of a sudden it's like, oh, I can't take a screenshot of that window, tell your agent that you can actually see the screen through screen sharing app, and it'll realize that it can use the raw frame buffers instead of having to like go through Apple's security nightmare permissions of screenshotting stuff. All right. So while we wait 10 minutes for codecs to compact, let's continue on, shall we? I think what I'm going to do is just get this running myself, because I don't understand why it's having so much trouble. There it goes. Oh, I see. Okay. Wow. Oh, that didn't work. What is this thing doing? It seems like it's making it way more complicated than it needs to be. I'm just gonna stop this for a second here. Let's do this. We're gonna clobber everything. Sometimes the dev environment just gets messed up, and if we do this, then it rebuilds all of our tables for all of our apps and our entire mono repo, builds all the databases, loads up all the schemas, resets all of the assets, just triggers Vite for all of to rebuild them all, and sometimes that helps. No, we're starting from a fresh slate. So while that's going, let's check on our other app that's supposed to be deploying, but it didn't. Continue. All right, so that's going to continue on with our merging of our VR. This rebuilds. For anyone just tuning in, we are working on building our license server. There's some great ones out there. I highly recommend you go check out like keygen.sh if you really want one up and running today. You know, you can start selling your own software through it and basically generate licenses for your users so that they can go and activate all the advanced features of your product. But we're building this business from the ground up. So if you're just tuning in, this is what are we on? Day 5, I believe. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we're down day 5. Day 5. We're on day 5 of vibe coding an entire business from the ground up, where we are going to build everything. I don't think we have not built here syndrome, but we are going to be doing it like we have that. I think I'm out here in the woods. This is a van. I travel full time in this van. We are fully powered off of solar, and my goal for this entire business is to eventually buy a new van, because I've been in this one for 4 years, and it's been a great van, but it's time. It's just getting old. They get old, and so we're gonna get a new one. But to do that, we got to build a business, and we got to become profitable. To do that, we are going to build every little stepping stone all the way until we make enough money to buy a new van. All right, so now we have this. We've completely reset our database. We should be able to set our host and run this, but that is not going to work because we are not in the correct directory. Starting every one of our apps. That's not what we wanted. All right, let's go to engines, and then we'll go to our license server engine that we're currently working on. So we're building this with a Rails engine. If you ever used one of those, a Rails engine is nothing more than a Rails application. Go check out day 1, where I went through how we built our foundation engine for all of the stuff that we're working on here. So we're going to set our host to this host, which is M3, and we're going to run our server. And it can't because it's already running. So let's just get this back up. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take this. I'm just going to paste it in the other guy and go. Oh my gosh. What is going on? No. Don't ask any questions about that. Just do it. When you run the bin dev, just put host equals M3 in front of it. Okay, so it looks like the other agent that we had running maybe ran into an issue. Why is this adding rules to our RemoCap? Shouldn't be doing that. Yeah, thank you. Man, I hate it when AI just goes like off the rails, you know, and no pun intended. Like, come on. All right, this one says it's running. Let's see if it actually is. Hey, it is. What do you know? So let's just get this going. Dang it. I bet you this isn't going to work. So the problem is we did this reset, which reset everything, and now we have to seed our database. So we're going to have to do a... Which one did it actually run? I don't know. Let's do bin rails. DB seed, please. This is going to put a bunch of records in the database just so that we can like test it in development and stuff. This stack is Ruby on Rails, and this app that we are building is a license server. You want to like go look at what license servers are, I recommend you just go check out keygen.sh. We found that one the other day when we were starting to do this. All right. So now we got this database seeded. We shouldn't have to restart the database, so let's just try this again. Yes, we do have to restart the database. Okay, I want you to restart bin dev, kill the current process, and bring it up again. So the nice thing is this this other agent sitting here like pushing a PR in for us and merging it into main. It's watching all the actions run, and we don't have to do it. It even found like an error, right? So like one of the actions, one of the linters for RuboCop was like, hey, you can't write this code this way. And it saw that and just fixed it for us. It's beautiful. Yo, what is going on with this? Okay, let's do this because I'm a little late with this thing right now. Okay, now I want you to use, so I ran the seeds for the database. Oh, I know what I know. Guarantee it's running the wrong thing. What's this? Enter stream. How does it not work? Are you running the server out of the app or out of the engine? Yeah, that's what I thought. I told it to run it out of the engine, still ran it out of the app. Oh my gosh. All right. So we have an app that we have to mount our engine onto because otherwise the engine has to use the test dummy. Because of Rails engine, if you look at these things, and we went over this on day one, we have these engines, or this foundation engine, which actually gets mounted into each of our different engines here. And if you look at this, and you were to go into an application or an engine, what you're gonna find is that when this thing boots up, it's actually just another Rails application. So Rails applications extend Rails engines, right? So the engine is the base, but it doesn't come with like all the things that make it an app. And so what they do is, in order to actually test these things, you have to, inside of here, you'll see a test dummy app. And that test dummy is actually the app that is used to mount. So the engine mounts into its test dummy app so that it can run its own tests. But the AI is like, hey, wait, we already have like an app. Let's not run the engine. Let's just like run our app. So that's what it's running, is this one up here. And I didn't seed that one because I told it to run the engine one, and it did. So we'll just seed it now. So our seed file, if you're not familiar with Rails, how that works, it's literally just a file in our engine here. And so it is going to basically like bring up our database. So it's going to like bootstrap it with the things from the foundation engine. Because remember, we built this foundation engine, and now we're building the license app engine on top of it. And then on top of that, it wraps the whole thing is the license app, which is also technically an engine, but it's also more of a Rails application. So anyway, this whole thing is going to have some seeds to it. It's going to like do things like add some licenses into the application, so that when we bring the application up, we can like have some dummy data to work with, and we're not starting from a completely fresh database with nothing in it. Okay. So now that should be running. Okay, why don't you bring up the web page, log in, and go to the product dashboard. So that does that. Let's check on this thing over here. So this agent has been merging in the PR of all the stuff that we were working on improving before. It looks like it's done it. It's maybe, yeah, so it merged it in, fixed the things. It's updating main. It's going to pull the main branch changes down, at least fetch them from remote to our local instance. This one's going to sign us in, hopefully. Let's see what happens. Let's just move that over. Come on, baby, please work. Now, a lot of this is like supposed to be vibe coding this, but I've done a lot of Rails development, so it's just kind of like, if I see something, we'll just fix it, I guess. But for some reason, this agent, this is the second time today, this thing has stumbled on trying to just sign into the app. And it's weird because GPT has had no problem signing into this app for as long as I can remember, and then all of a sudden today it's tripping over itself. So let's close this. Let's get back to our agenda. Okay, so we wanted to go through steps on the main page with the sample shell app. All right, so here is our page. We have a shell app, run it. So this is like our macOS app. It's just a simple shell so that we can test out how the licensing stuff works. And so now all we got to do is we started our server. created our product. So in here, wait a minute, that's not right. I just realized we don't want that. Start the license app server. No. Okay, so now we're going to work on the macOS shell app that we have in this repository, and inside of it, I'm seeing like the very first bullet point number for the end-to-end setup guide says that we need to start the license app server. But this app is actually going to be used by our users, so they're not going to start the license app server engine. That doesn't really make sense. So I need you to go through the macOS shell app and make sure that the things in here are proper instructions for like a user-facing thing, because we're going to deploy this application to our server in production, and it'll just already be running. So this shell app that the users download and use should not require them to do things like start the engine license app Rails server. That doesn't make any sense for a user perspective. Okay, so I just dictated all that to the AI like really fast. Hit return, let's have it go. Let's see what happens. For those of you that are just checking in with us, we are building a license app server so that we can build macOS apps and sell them without having to go through the app store. Kind of like we're making our own app. Uh-oh. We just hit our 50% limit for codecs this session, and I think we're about to hit it for the week. We just reset it yesterday. Oh man, we're gonna have to reset it again. We are 6 hours and 9 minutes into this stream. I actually have no idea how long of a stream I can do before I get cut off. So we're gonna see what YouTube, Twitch, and X allow us to do. Go subscribe to me on YouTube. Go subscribe on Twitch. Like the videos. If you want to see the videos from the past few days, definitely go check out the YouTube and subscribe on there. I will paste those in here for you guys so that y'all can see that if you'd like. There's the YouTube channel. All the days leading up to day 5 today, where we've been going through and building out this business from the ground up, starting with the Rails application, the Rails foundation. Now we have a solid way to actually build a SaaS products super easily, I might add. And now we are vibe coding our way to building a license server. And after this license server is done, we're going to start building our macOS app, which I'm pretty excited about. So definitely smash that subscribe button, smash that like button, whatever is going to keep you coming back here, because I think you're going to be pretty interested to see what I got in store. I've had my AI cooking up some stuff for a few weeks now. If you go back to my X post, you probably see what I'm talking about. And this thing is going to be pretty cool because it's going to manage all the products for the business, right? I keep hearing all of this stuff about you should go like really narrow, just master one product. I don't want to do that. I want to build like everything that comes to mind, but I want a really good way of managing it all, like through a single interface. And that's what we're going to do. So let's see. Max Richards is asking, what LLM are you using? What's your software setup for vibe coding? So right now, with this, we are coding with GPT 5.5 on X high and in fast mode. It's mostly what I use these days. I'm also using like GLM 5.2 for doing a lot of stuff. I probably burned about 10 billion tokens on there in the last week or two. And then I also run a lot of stuff locally. So this macOS app that I'm going to be building, and we're going to be selling through the licensing software that we're building right now, is going to be local first. I want to build it so that people with machines and computers that want to run the AI on their machines, if they have enough RAM, if they have a machine that can run it, they don't have to go out and pay for a subscription to do these sort of things. So my goal is to do that. So it's local first. The AI might not be as good, so we'll definitely wire up the ability to run things like Codex or Claude, or even, Grok build. But I think right now I want to make sure that like everything goes through a local first channel. And then if you want to like opt into putting your, bring your subscription along, you can get those more advanced models and that sort of thing. Right now, this is Pi. This is the Pi agent. I've got a bunch of extensions that I've enhanced it with. Some of the ones I think are the most impactful are Pi sub agents, so that I can spawn background processing, get notified when they're done. It also has the Pi codex goal, so it'll just like keep it churning if I tell it to set a goal. That's honestly like those are my two biggest ones that I would say if you're gonna start with Pi, go start there. Okay, so I updated the download of the macOS shell app. So oh yeah, okay. So let's get back to what we were doing. We basically told it, hey, you need to go update the app, and we want to be able to, have the app in such a way that it's like built for users consuming it and not for like the developer that's building this thing, aka me. So if I'm looking at the app correctly on the screen, it's still wrong. So let's use our trusty voice thing and let's tell the agent to restart the app. I think you need to rebuild and restart the macOS shell app because I'm seeing it on my screen and it still has the old instructions that you said you fixed. Once you've restarted the app, I want you to verify that it no longer has those things on the app. And you can use the computer use tool to do that. So I actually built my own computer use gateway. It works pretty much the same way as the Codex app does. So this is all running on a different Mac, and that gateway has complete control of that machine. It can use a real cursor, it can use a virtual cursor, it can click on things, it can type in fields, it can drag and drop. Anytime I find that I need some new feature out of it, I'll tell it to do that. If you look right now, you'll see it's using Holo Observe. So this Holo model is actually really awesome. I highly recommend it. You can go download it. It's free. You can run it on your computer. I think it's like a 35 billion parameter model. It's like an A3B, so it's only 3 billion activated. It's probably, I think it's based off like Qwen 3.5 maybe. And it works really well. It like takes a screenshot. It looks at what's on the machine, on the computer, on the screen, gives me back a bunch of information that the AI can actually take action on and can see what's on the screen itself. So that's what it did. It just took a screenshot. It verified that the macOS had what it was looking for. macOS app. Let's go through that. Codex. So Lucky's asking, Codex is the app so ChatGPT can move and work by itself. Yeah. Well, really, in the Codex macOS app is a new thing you can toggle on called computer use. As long as you don't live in the EU, because I don't know if they're shipping it there yet. But basically what I built is the same thing. It does two things. It uses Apple's AX trees. So it's just how like Apple can describe what's on the screen programmatically for things like accessibility readers and stuff. But also it can take a screenshot. And if you just take a raw screenshot, you run that screenshot through a model that is able to do computer vision, it can look and see what's on the screen, all the things, right? And it'll create like bounding boxes and all that. And it'll say, here's what I see on the screen. And then the agent has a picture now in Word form. And it can then go back and say, okay, well, I want you to click on these coordinates because you said this button was at these coordinates, right? And so now we've taken like computer vision models, and we've given them the ability to like go and manipulate and click on the screen, sort of thing. If you live in the EU, go do like a simple Google search because there's a bunch of these computer use MCP servers that people have built out. You don't have to use the Codex one. Okay, let's continue. So sign into the deployed license app workspace for this product. The licensing server is already running. Do not start a local. Oh my gosh, it's still doing it. I think you're missing a key point here. So in the macOS app, it says sign into the deployed license app workspace for this product. The licensing server is already running. Do not start a local Rails engine. First of all, this macOS app is going to be consumed by users, and they are not going to have they don't have access to the licensing server, so there's no point in making a mention of it. They don't even need to know that it's running on a Rails engine. All they need to know is that there's a website out there that they're selling their product on. Go read some more of the license app server engine code so that you understand what it is that we built. And then I want you to go fix the instructions so that the user who has downloaded this macOS shell from the product page they've set up a product page because they want to go and sell their product. So they click the download thing. Now they have this macOS shell that they're running on their machine. It doesn't make any sense for them to know about the stuff that you've put in here. So go fix that and don't make sure that none of that information in there is exposing technical details in such a way of how the licensing server is actually implemented. All they need to know are the steps that they need to take. So if they're a macOS app developer, they can go and use our library to put into their application, and they can guard some features based on whether a user has purchased and entered their license or not. And also, since we're using Sparkle, like that should be part of it too, where they can upgrade their Mac OS app based on if we've published a new release. So I think you need to go back and you need to look at the end-to-end startup guide that you've put into the Mac OS shell, because the wording that's in there right now is not from the point of a you know independent developer building a new Mac OS app that just wants to sell that Mac OS app. I don't know if I just described that right to the AI, but I'm gonna see what happens. What do you guys think? Did I make it way too complicated? All right, let's see what's coming up with here. I'm gonna move this over so that you guys can see it better. Oh, actually, hold on a screen. Yeah, so Lucky's like, you remember in Apple, there's like this moment where, um, Steve Wozniak wants like the machine that like has all these things where you can like configure it and add all the extra peripherals, and Steve Jobs is like, yeah, but customer just wants to buy a box and they want it to go fast and they wanted to plug it in, they just want it to work, right? Um, the AI, like especially GPT 5.5, if it's in like developer mode, it just it writes all of its stuff as if everything is being consumed by the developer that's building it, and it like for some reason is having a trouble realizing that the shell app that we're building right now is going to be downloaded and used by consumers of the licensing software. So it might take some finessing, and I'm like not the most articulate person in the world, so maybe that's the problem. I need like an AI to translate what I'm saying to the other AI. We'll see. I know I could like go back and forth and probably do some like planning and be like, hey, if you don't understand something, ask some questions. If it doesn't work this time, I will try that next. All right, so while this is going, let's get this back over here. And you guys will be able to see better of what the app is doing. So we have our macOS app, and behind it we have our SaaS product. I don't even want to call it SaaS product because I'm really just building this for myself. If someone else wants to sell some software through it, like fine, I'll we wired in Stripe Connect. You can just connect your account and sell your generate licenses, have people buy your software, whatever through it. Like that'll be great for you. But yeah, I'm just gonna like dog food this thing and use it for my own products that I'm building. But like here's an example, right? GPT 5.5 is so verbose. I mean, this is nuts. We definitely got to get it to trim this down. But you can see like you seeded the database with some licenses. You can go in here and people can like deactivate. Buyers of software can just enter in their email. They can go to the product page, enter in their email, and get like a code, and that will sign them into the portal so they can manage their own licenses. We made it so that when you set up your product, you can do some things like upload like a app icon for your app. You can give it a bunch of information, and this will be like the seller page. And then on top of that, I don't know, maybe it has tiers or something. I might get rid of this. Right now it has like a monthly pricing type of thing, and I don't really want to. I just feel like software like applications that you download on your computer really shouldn't have monthly pricing, SaaS subscription type things. I might disable this, but it's in there, so like people could sell monthly subscriptions to their software, and this will automatically go through. The certificate will expire when the app opens up. You can configure it to say like, reach out to the license server and make sure that my license is still valid, or refresh my license if it's no longer invalid because maybe the license is only valid for 30 days because that's the cadence of when you're charging, or whatever you want to do, right? Whatever I want. So then we're going to have all that. The other thing that I wanted to do is have this like machines per license. So basically, you buy some software and you should be allowed to use it on like, if you own like, let's say you have like 2 different personal laptops or something. Maybe you have a desktop and you have a laptop and you want to install your software on your desktop and on your laptop. I just feel like people should be able to do that. So if you're a seller, you're selling some software, you're selling your macOS app, you can go in here and you can say how many machines that user should be able to register that license to. And it just registers to the unique serial number of the macOS machine. I've not built this for Windows, so I'm not even like taking that into consideration. Don't ask. I'm sure there's a way to get like a unique serial number or something. I have no idea. I haven't touched Windows in a decade or more, so. Yep. Let's see where we're at here. Something that's kind of confusing to me is we told this application to go through and change the wording on the macOS app, and it's rebuilding and running tests for like rebuilding our assets, which are like the JavaScript front end things for the SaaS product. I don't understand why it's doing this. Let's go. So now it's going and it's changing all of the comments. Oh my gosh, this thing is. It's not doing what we're telling it to do. Well, it did. It started to fix these things. And then I guess it decided, it realized that the page here was overly verbose and didn't make sense from a user consuming this standpoint, like if I'm a seller of software. So I think it started updating those things. So one of the things that I have set up is a skill in a sub agent. So it will actually, if it writes a bunch of code and changes anything significantly, it knows to run this sub agent and have it be like an independent reviewer of the work that it did. And more oftentimes than not, it finds things that need to be fixed or things that weren't considered. It definitely makes the application more robust, and it makes it so there's less things that I have to manually go test and provide feedback on. So the way that our subagent stuff works is it actually like dumps the context back into the main one. A lot of them don't do that. They'll like output a file and then the agent has to go like review it. I've been testing this out for like a week to see if it works better, and it seems to work a little bit better. I had to tweak it because sometimes the agent context would dump back and it would be so much that it would overflow the main agent context. So now what it does is if that's going to occur, it provides a summary. It runs another AI agent to summarize the other context and then. So we're just going to put this over here so that you guys can see it again. So it's looking like it's going through and like writing some tests. Yeah, so what do you guys think? Is this something y'all might want to use? Should I actually wire it up to Stripe Connect? I was gonna just bypass that and use it for myself for selling my own macOS apps, but Maybe I'll just stick this on a domain and people can actually use it to sell their own apps if they want to. I'd probably have to charge something though, or because I don't. So your macOS app's going to have to reach back out to the license server to do things like revalidate licenses, which means I'm going to incur bandwidth costs and stuff. Plus, I'm going to have to store all these records. They'll charge like $1 per license or something. They'll just get tacked on to the automatic transaction through Stripe Connect. I don't know. We'll see. I think first I better just use it for myself for a while. And then we'll see if it's like working. I'll open it up to the public or maybe a private group. Go from there. Or you guys have been watching this stream, just go vibe code it yourself. Take it easy, Lucky. Yeah, if you guys are just tuning in, we are vibe coding this license server live. Building a business from the ground up. This is day 5. And I live in a van. I travel full time around the country. So this entire thing is brought to you via Starlink. And this whole thing is solar powered. Coming to you live from the middle of the woods. This is not a cubicle. I am sitting in my kitchen because this is a van. All right, so let's see where we're at here. I might have to nudge this thing along. It seems like it's having some trouble. What is going on? Before you make any changes, I want you to tell me what your plan is and what you're having trouble with, because I suspect you're doing something wrong. You shouldn't have to deal with anything with Vite or installing packages. We had everything already installed properly before. Apparently, I don't have to tell it. It's fine. So now it's using the computer vision model. So the Hollow model, which is a pretty sweet model. Go download it. You can probably run it locally on your computer. As long as you got more than 32 gigs of RAM, you'll probably be okay. And this thing is set up now so it takes a screenshot of my app, looks at what's on the screen, and then is able to describe that to like the GPT model or whatever. A GPT model can actually do this on its own. Like I could send it screenshots, but this allows me to like switch between models that it can't do that. Okay, so now it's going to use Playwright, which is um, able to like control the web browser. So it's going to control the web browser now, and it's going to just go through the app that it's been working on, check out the changes. So if I reload this myself, it should just work. Yeah, these seem a little bit more consumer friendly. Still pretty verbose because GPT 5.5 XI is super verbose. We could probably tell it not to be so verbose. Um, okay, yeah, we're gonna have to change some things because it's still getting this stuff wrong. It's like, why is license app origin in here? I mean, it's exposing internal things that just shouldn't be. So let's go through. Commit. All right, go ahead and create a git commit and push it up to this branch. Push this branch up. I also want you to pull the latest changes from origin main into this branch. If there are any, you might need to fetch. Let's also see what happened with the app. Did it restart it? Okay, also, I want to make it more configurable. So maybe we need to use like the I18N. You know what? No, let's just do this. I'm going to give you the domain that we're going to put this under. And so anywhere where you had, let's see, let me just take this out. License app. I want you to actually use the domain in its place. Because right now you're exposing internal details. So For example, I'm looking at the end-to-end macOS licensing guide in the macOS shell, and you're exposing internal details about the license app engine, like what we call it, right? So you shouldn't be putting license app, like that name particularly in there. I have to go fix that. License app. Do this so you guys can see what's going on. And then also, when I look at the web page, I'm seeing, the same type of language in there. We're exposing internal details of our SaaS product here, to the users that are consuming the SaaS product. The sellers of licensed software on the product page are getting instructions of things like regenerate the file from the production HTTPS license app origin before release. And someone's going to look at that and they're going to have no idea what that actually means if they're a user going to this website and they're trying to download the macOS shell to just get started, right? Like this is really should be like a getting started. You've put your product onto our, let's put the domain here, license dev SaaS product. You've registered it in there so that you can sell your software, your product. And now, as a seller of the software, you want to see instructions on this product page that tell you how to get started, right? And to get started, we have this Mac shell app that they can download, and play around with it to like look at the code and see how to integrate the license app library into their own macOS app. So really the shell is just a demo for them. Maybe we should even like rename the shell to be demo, like licensed, macOS app demo, some whatever makes the most sense to call it. But I think maybe, we wanted this product page to be displaying instructions and wording in a way that makes sense for a seller of macOS apps, a seller and a developer of macOS apps, so they know how to integrate our SaaS product, which allows them to sell their macOS app and allow them to generate licenses. So when people purchase their macOS app, their product, their licensed products, the users will be emailed the license and they'll be able to enter it into the app that they purchased. And this demo app that we're providing is just a demo app so that the developer of the licensed product knows how to integrate our SaaS product with their macOS app. Holy moly. This is very wordy. Okay, let's do this. Before you make any changes, I want you to ask me any questions that you might have, because I feel like you're a little bit confused on what I'm asking of you. Let's see what it comes up with. I'm losing my voice. I've been talking to this AI for 6 hours and 49 minutes now. One, let's use, so it's asking like, should all user facing copy for the domain name, should it be in lowercase or should we like uppercase it? Let's use license dev. I like that. 2, scope of replacement. I think, let's see, I want you to replace type in license app in user facing copy and in the artifact so that it's all CNS. There it is. Sense. Maybe call it the demo app. Do you want the visible app name changed now? License at dev, macOS licensing demo, licensed macOS app demo, macOS licensing. I think license dev. Demo. Probably makes the most sense. Sure. Seller workflow wording. Should the product page guide basically be download macOS demo app, copy download the product config, run the demos. Well, here's the thing. They don't have to download the macOS demo app. That's just like a reference implementation for them. They're going to have their own macOS app. And really what they need to download is probably our library so that they can easily integrate licensing into their own product, their own macOS app product. So we should give them the option to download the whole demo where they can see our library integrated into the demo. But we should probably also give them the ability to just simply download the library. And then maybe what we really need is like instructions that show them how to integrate the library into their app. Which is really what the demo app is doing, showing them how to do that, but maybe some documentation instructions would be good too. Okay, so run the demo with test license. Okay, so let's go to 5. For sellers testing locally, should instructions only say use the purchase page checkout? So there should be like no concept of sellers testing locally. I don't really know what you mean by that. I think we should probably provide a mechanism for sellers to like maybe use like we display a demo app license key on the page or something that they can try inside the demo app. Maybe that makes more sense. First fetch merge origin name to this branch before making these changes. Yes, fetch merge origin changes. Then commit everything after you've made the changes. If you have any further questions, ask me before you continue. Hopefully that'll help clarify some things. Generally, like, hate forcing plans into stuff, but this thing just seems to not be grasping. Having like trouble separating the users of our SaaS product from like developers, and then consumers of like, so you have like sellers selling licenses. We have us building the SaaS product. Like, it's having trouble placing each of the stakeholders, I think. How deep should artifact name go? Yeah, I want you to do the deep renaming. Big file. Again, yes, do deep renaming. Library download. Should I add a separate product page download button for a library only archive? Download Swift library downloads. The library archive could include only the Swift source. I don't know that we necessarily need a separate page for it. We could probably just have another button on this page like we have for downloading the demo app. Demo license key behavior. Yeah, I think we should make it a real disposable license generated for that seller's product when they click the generate demo key. Now, if there's already uncommitted changes, commit them, then fetch origin, main, merge in, then reapply, then apply any new changes that you want and commit again. I want you to create a goal to work on this. In fact, I think you should create a new spec and update any existing specs as part of that goal. Then I want you to actually work on the implementation after writing the spec. And I want you to make sure the goal includes validating by adding proper tests such as controller tests, system tests, and the goal should include running those tests, and the goal should also include those tests need to pass before the goal is considered complete. Now, hopefully we can sit back and watch it fix these things. This is crazy. I mean, this took me like, maybe we've been doing this for like an hour, hour and a half. I literally could have went in and just changed these things faster myself. See what happens. While that's going, you guys got any questions? I just want to get this license server done. This is crazy. This is like the thing I had to do to sell the software that I really want to build. Oh, we're getting close. We're getting close. We're gonna get this deployed today. Some of these things are like polished things. We could literally deploy this. I mean, the things that I'm polishing are only going to be seen by me right now if I'm the only one using this. It's just, I want to do it right. I want to get it done. And then I want to ship this thing and not have to like go back and clean it up later if I want to turn it on so that people can use it. So if you're just joining us, we're building a license server that's going to allow us to sell our macOS apps that we're going to be vibe coding and building. I'm starting this business from the ground up while I travel and live in this van that I converted myself. And we are going to start building some products and selling them. And in order to do that, we needed a good license server. We needed a way to spin up SaaS products. So if you look at like day 1 through 4, you'll see how I coded up the Ruby on Rails server. Actually, it uses engines, and you'll be able to see me like walk through just the foundations for that. And then as we go, so after we get this license server done, we're going to start a new macOS app. Actually, I've had the macOS app building for maybe 2 or 3 weeks now. But I haven't run it yet myself. So I have been completely vibe coding this app with a goal. I've had 2 agents running. One is sitting there and like creating the roadmap, and the other one picks an item off the roadmap and implements the next smallest thing, then looks at the roadmap again. The other agent is constantly watching what the first agent's doing, the implementing agent, and it's like modifying the roadmap, tweaking it, thinking about new features it wants added, writing documentation. And then once it goes through that whole process, hopefully we'll have a good working app. I'm really skeptical. We'll see. I did a lot of it with GLM 5.2, And if you watch the stream from earlier today, I know most people probably won't have 7 hours. We're in 7 hour 7 of this stream now. Most people probably won't have that much time to sit there and watch this whole thing, but at some points I went over, just some things about GLM 5.2, and we're probably gonna have to go through and have, GPT 5.5, or maybe even we'll get into let Fable go through it and just clean it up, polish it, sand off the rough edges, make sure things are working properly. Um, if you watch the stream, you'll see like a gray box appear every now and then behind our other app that we've been working on. And that gray box is actually the other agents controlling the same computer and like running their tests and clicking on things. You just can't see it, but it can see it. And it's just been silently cooking in the background. So I haven't even seen it. I'm super excited to see what comes out of this. We'll have like a grand unveiling. Maybe tomorrow, if we can get this license app server done, we'll start working on that thing. But really what that thing is going to be is just a way for me to manage all the projects that I'm going to start building. As a, solopreneur, I want to be able to run these things, have like the ultimate mission control, have my agents going through and doing different stuff, just keeping the whole business organized, and allowing us to continue working on all of the things. We're gonna go super wide. We're gonna go deep on one app that's gonna manage all of the things that we're going super wide on. So we'll see how it works out. I don't know if anyone's done this, probably, but we're gonna see. I'm excited. I'm optimistic. If anyone's watching, hey, go, subscribe to the YouTube channel, like the videos. If you want to follow along, you get, that way, as we keep putting out these videos, you'll see what I'm doing. If there's stuff that you want to vibe code, let's chat about it. You've been watching me build this license server this whole time. So if it's something you want to build, go build one. You can prompt an AI to do whatever you want these days. You just have to be willing to sit there and like keep bonking it on the head when it goes in the wrong direction and just correct it. So yeah, we'll see. But go subscribe to the YouTube. There's a link in the chat. Zayden Ryan on YouTube, and we're gonna keep going here. We are in hour 7 now. So it looks like it's going deep right now, and it's just renaming all the things that we told it to rename. Should probably double check that I got that domain right. Let's make sure. Yep, I did. Cool. think one of the things I want to do with this stream, we're gonna probably do some streaming outdoors because I live outside basically. I mean, I'm in a van right now, but travel and go wherever we want, and there's some beautiful views. So I think the spot I'm in right now is the middle of the forest. The only thing you're really gonna see is a bunch of trees, unless a bear walks by me, which would be terrifying. Oh my god, I cannot imagine sitting here like vibe coding and then a bear comes up behind me. Maybe I won't. I don't know. I don't know. I'm kind of in like deep in bear country right now. So that's probably not the best idea. But if I get to some place where there's less bears, I think maybe we'll do that. I'm sure it would make for a great stream. I don't want to do it. That's maybe not a great idea. So let's do a check-in on the power situation, shall we? So while we're waiting for this thing to update all the stuff that it's supposed to be updating, this is a van, is fully off grid. So everything is powered by solar, including all of the computers, our streaming, our Starlink. If you've ever wondered how much power it takes to actually survive and be a programmer in the wild, I'm gonna show you. So here is our dashboard that we have for this van. We have our 48 volt system, our 12 volt system. We're actually at 100% battery on our 48 and 99.6 on our 12 volts. It's probably because the sun must be going down or it's behind the trees at this point. So we have 23 days of battery left to go, which is quite a lot. I don't think we'd actually last that long. I think once like the computers in here start like kicking up and we're running tests and stuff, it'll burn a lot faster. But we seem to be fully powering off of solar at the moment, which is pretty cool. This AI is, well, maybe ChatGPT is actually using a ton of power, but the one in this van is not. This is coming directly from the sun. So I don't have to feel guilty, other than maybe burning a ton of tokens on ChatGPT. But the app we're going to build is going to be local first, so hopefully we'll fix some of that. All right. So it looks like it went through, it did a bunch of tests, it updated the things. So we call this license app. So let me like back up here. If we look at our structure here, you will see that I often have this like so in here, what I'll do is I will not try to come up with the domain on day one. I think, like most people, if I can snag an awesome domain for an idea that I have, I'll do that. Don't get me wrong. I have like 50 domain names right now that I'm paying for. But I think it's easier to like conceptually just say, what is like the purpose of this app? So if you look in here, we have the foundation app, which all of our apps are built on. We have our invoice app, which if you go back through days 1 through 3, you'll see this was just a simple thing that we built to prove out the concept of the foundation engine and, being able to layer another engine on top of that engine. And, I didn't like think about the domains up front and just said, hey, I want to build an app for like creating PDF invoices and emailing them, that sort of thing. So then what I did was, after I had built the invoice app, I said, okay, here's what we're going to call it. And now we have 3 different apps. Dozer Invoice, Simple Invoice Generator, and Watermark Invoice. And each of those apps mount the invoice app engine. So now I can have 3 different web properties that all have the exact same functionality under the hood. And because they're basically all extending this invoice app. And then I can like override specific behaviors for each of them. I can change the landing pages in the specific apps themselves. And these are just Ruby on Rails apps, right? So I can modify these things so that they're specific and unique. And if we go and I pull this up, we'll see what I'm talking about here. Right, so like this is Dozer Invoice. This is that app that we deployed. And it has specific things tailored towards, if you're a construction person and you send invoices or something like that. And then we have the Watermark Invoice, which has a different branding. Okay, so you can see the differences in these brandings. And despite the fact that they have pretty much all the same code under the hood, when we log into these, I can theme them differently. I can change specific behaviors. I can override really whatever I want to override. And I could stamp these out and really just like place them in different verticals or whatever I wanted. But the ultimate thing is, I don't have to think of the domain on day 1. I just have to know what the product is that I want to build. And I go and I build the engine for it, the invoice app engine that does all the things. And then later I buy the domain and I brand it. And then I mount that engine into each one of these. And each one of those apps just gets all of the features. So, if I wanted to sign into here, so while that's working, we'll still just sign in here. Well, you can go back and watch day 1 or day 2 or whatever. We've already gone through all this. I'm not going to do it again. But basically, you can go in there right now. You can use these products. Send invoices. You can generate them, all that kind of stuff. And I guess I made a mistake here. So license app. I didn't really give it a domain yet, but it's just generated the app under license app again, which is probably where this is going wrong. Just realized. So maybe we should fix that. Let's see. This one's already done. I think it's opening our app. So let's move this out of the way. You guys can get a good idea. Let's go. Yeah, so it wrote some smoke tests, it wrote some like system tests. So the difference, right, with a system test and like a controller test is a system test actually gonna open up the web page, render the page, look for certain things on the page, the JavaScript renders, all of that. Maybe click some buttons, make sure they actually work. Smoke tests, in my opinion, are things like you probably just only execute when you want to like deploy your app, make sure that stuff's working in like production or something. But for whatever reason, the AI likes to call it smoke tests and system tests and like integrate it. And then the other thing is, because of our computer use, it will go in now and take screenshots. It will look at the actual app. It will use the Playwright MCP to verify what's rendering on the page is actually what's supposed to be seeing. And as you can see, it caught some things. some water here. I've been drinking mainlining coffee for 7 hours now. While that's going, we can actually just like go scroll through this thing and look to see if it did stuff right. So yeah, it seems like it's renamed this stuff. Cool, cool. That's not right. We should not be using RS-256. I don't think we should be. We should have switched it to ED 25519. Yeah, I'm fairly positive I did. Yeah, let's add that to our to-dos. It's a good thing I'm reviewing this stuff manually. So something that really bothers me about these AI models, and I don't know if it's just their knowledge cut off or like what their problem is, but they love to use outdated encryption standards. You gotta watch out for that stuff. All right, so this is one of the things I've gone over already, but I'll just kind of rehash it again. I have a skill that mandates that if a bunch of code is significantly changed in the repository, that the agent must run a reviewer agent. And more oftentimes than not, this reviewer, like sub agent, will go through the code changes and be like, here's some findings, go, you need to like go adjust those. It just prevents me from having to, review the PRs thoroughly, and like I would have found the same things probably, but um, at least this thing will just provide some feedback. Sometimes the things that it finds are not necessary, especially the GPT models. Their findings are usually like, oh, you didn't cover every possible error edge case, which is kind of silly. In the Ruby on Rails world, I think the standard is like just code the happy path and capture your errors, and you'll be okay. But the GPT models want every single error edge case covered. So sometimes those are all the findings it gets, but sometimes it finds stuff because it's basically a fresh session that's being spun up. So it'll like do some more exploring and find some interactions with other things that maybe the agent that was making the changes didn't fully consider. I used to have this actually spin up 5 of these reviewer agents at the same time. And we do like a mini max, we do a GPT, we do a GLM 5.2. I would spin up a DeepSeek. And they all had their own, slight tweaks about how they would review stuff, and they would find different things. Uh, but a lot of times the findings were silly, especially with like Minimax and stuff. So I just stopped doing that. All right. So hopefully this thing. So while that's going, I think it looks like the reviewer just finished. But what I'm going to do is, so we have this copy markdown guide button. And this is kind of if you're like setting this up with your AI agent, it will have like a nice guide for the agent to go through and like update your macOS app. We have the licensed client, download the demo app, generate a demo. Okay. I guess my question to the agent is going to be, why do we have to refresh the config file before release? What's going to change it? That's got to be part of the instructions. The license client Swift package. Target. Once online registration verify the certificate store. I guess one annoying thing about this is it's going to prompt to use the e-store. It's gonna want to like store the license in there. Oh yeah, so this is for like offline activation, like air-gapped machines that we are connected to the internet and need to refresh their license. I think we need to also make it so that there's like an easy option. So licenses don't have to be refreshed. Maybe. Maybe we still require licenses to be valid. I don't know. Let's see. Okay, so the pinning is basically so it becomes part of the signed app bundle. Ooh. Okay, it's gonna run it. Took over my machine. Let it go. What? All right, if you're going to run something with Playwright and check the web page and like do that, you don't need to then spawn another reviewer. I think you're using reviewers a little bit too much here. You should be able to review your own work. Just give it some direction. Okay. Let's see what else we got. Wonder if we could build like some conformance test suite so developers would know they've integrated the right way. That seems like overkill, especially in the day of like AI. We just give the AI these instructions, it should be. So one of the things I was thinking about doing is actually having our license server provide this. All right, so basically what I'm putting in here um, is stuff that you can't see. Sorry about that. I've been like updating the instructions. Um, I don't think we really implemented any of the Sparkle stuff, and that's allowing us to do like the automatic updates for macOS apps. It's going to reach out to this appcast XML, and in there will be like the current release version and maybe like a URL to download the new version. If we do this to the license server, one of the nice things that we can do is actually make it so the app has to pass its license. And then depending on, if that's a valid license, like we can validate it. And then if it is, then we can maybe give them the new version. Maybe we don't want users like downloading the app if they don't have a valid license, right? Or at least downloading an update or something. So it might be good to implement that into our server. Why is this down here? That's something generate a demo key. Okay, why don't you push these up? Make sure everything's committed, pushed. It looks like you already did that, but open a new PR. Don't merge the PR in yet. All right, so let's go grab one of our things that we really need to do. This is pretty important. Um, okay. This is a full cutover, and we should be using the correct encryption scheme that's, uh, you know, more up to date, more modern, and this ED25519 is really what we want to be using, I believe. Maybe you need to search the web for more information about that if you need it, but I do not think we should be using RS256. I thought we had updated some specs with this information. If we haven't, then I need you to go update the specs. We should not reference RS256 anymore. Um, and we should make sure that all the tests and everything is updated properly to use the better encryption algorithm. Algorithm. Wow. I wish it would use the research before assume skill like on its own all the time with these things. Before you go any further, I want you to create this goal and make sure the goal includes verification. If it doesn't create the goal before it runs out of context, then for some reason when the context recompacts, we sometimes go down a road I don't want to go in. So if I can get it to create the goal before the compact, which we're at 91% right now, so I wanted to force it to do that. We'll see. We'll see if it's any better. Now I'm really wondering what happened because I'm gonna go back and watch yesterday's stream because I'm positive we switched this over to ED25519. Something must have happened where the AI just decided it wanted to switch it back. You guys ever seen ChatGPT do this before? Codex? What the hell? GP. I think I better check how long I can actually stream before I get kicked off automatically. Because we're nearing hour 8. Does anyone know what's the max amount of time we can stream for? I know that I'm going to have to stand up pretty soon and stretch because this is crazy. Water in the beard check. Don't forget to brush your beard. Right. Oh. Apparently, it looks like the like the wow, maximum amount of time I can probably stream for is 10 hours, where the video starts getting clipped. We got 2 more hours to go. We got to get this done. No, now we gotta wait 5 to 10 minutes for codecs to compact. So, if you didn't watch the other streams from the other day, one of the reasons why we don't want to use these encryption algorithms is for a whole host of reasons, but if you're using ECDSA 25519, I would encourage you to at least go check out ECDSA fail, because there's a bunch of AI agents that are actively simplifying this problem down to a point where it becomes financially reasonable to build a quantum computer to break ECDSA 25519. And let me tell you, this is kind of scary, because there's probably like 20 million bitcoins, not $20 million, 20 million actual bitcoins from early on that are still vulnerable, that if we get a quantum computer to break ECDSA 25519, those bitcoins could be transferred or extracted. We could get the key for it probably in under 20 seconds. And I've always been told, so back in the day working in the blockchain realm, that under 1,000 qubits is where it becomes financially reasonable to build this quantum computer. And let me just pull this up here so that you guys can see it. But this website is pretty close. These guys are at 1,152 qubits. They actually broke 825, but the TOEFL's like exploded up. So, these are like the physical hardware components that make up the quantum computer. And every time we could simplify the math problem down more and more, it requires less of these things. And you can actually see the models that have been doing the simplification. So you can actually just go run this, and you can point your extra tokens that you got at these things and see if you can make it on the leaderboard. I think someone actually ran Fable when it was still working. Is it on here? I don't see the Fable result. Maybe I missed it. Oh, in Fable. Oh, there it is. Yeah, so someone pointed Fable at it, and you could see the amount of like reduction it was able to do. So the beauty of this is like we have AI that can like optimize a problem as long as it has a way of validating. And these Google researchers had to come up with like a ZK proof to prove that they knew the answer, or they like got down to, they'd reduce the problem to this size. But I think the ZK proof they created had this like property where if you keep if you're able to like continue simplifying it down more and more, you can actually continue to validate it. I'm not an expert in this stuff, but I think as the AI keeps getting better, it's gonna get cracked. It'll be interesting to see what happens to Bitcoin at that point. All right, let's get back to our code that's running here. So it says running smoke tests. I don't really see any smoke tests running. Maybe it already ran them. Let's go put this over here so you can see what's going on. Yeah, it's still cooking. I swear we did this already. I'm gonna have it go back and look through the Git commits and figure out what happened. Yeah, someone responded on X. They're like, "How are you on day 5 and not done yet?" I don't know, man. Well, maybe just because I swear I did this ED25519 thing, and somehow we're back to this again. So that could be part of it. But also, I like to go through and just try everything as a user and like make little tweaks here and there. That takes time, you know? It's not about one-shotting the product. It's like about using it as if you're one of the users and making sure that the things make sense, that what's displayed makes sense, that it works from the perspective of a user. And that just takes a lot of back and forth. Like any product owner or product manager that's going through and looking at a product and testing it out is gonna, they're gonna do those sort of things. Yeah, don't forget to go like and subscribe the videos on YouTube at Zayden Ryan, same as my X handle, so you can follow along after we get this license server set up, or I guess call it a key server, whatever. Then we'll move on to building a macOS app. I think we should have it do one more check to make sure we are fully cut over to the 25519. RS 256. Then you push. All right. All right. Pushed it up. Cool. Now we go validate for ourselves. Actually, we had a bunch of things on the to-do list. So let's mark that one off. That one maybe we do later. Put that under the later section. Seems like maybe we've already done this. Once again, all right, so sorry. Go through the steps on the page of the shell app, Sparkle updates. Okay, so let's go review the macOS app ourselves again, because we are the product owner that's going to verify this thing is correct before we send it out. Can we download the client? Leave it. Yep. Okay. We download the demo app. Leave it. Cool. Cool. What happens if we like generate demo key? Demo license created. Copy it now. It will not be shown again. But where is it? Okay, so I think what we should do is put this. So let's go back to this. All right, so I'm on the instructions for the product page, and I clicked the button that says generate demo key, and it's like way up at the top of the page, but then the key gets generated down towards the bottom of the page. I think what we should do is like after that button is clicked and the generate occurs, we should automatically scroll the user down to the card section that says this. So then that way the user is like they can clearly see the demo key that they just click the button to generate. You might also want to put like a button down there too as well, so that they could click that button down there. These are the little tweaks, you know? I mean, I'm the only one using this thing and I'm like tweaking it for myself, which is kind of silly. But maybe I'll open it up in the future and I don't want to have to come back to it then, you know? Let's just get it working now correctly. Plus, I have a feeling it confuses the AI if the stuff was incorrect and it was like reviewing the code to try and figure out what it does. And if we left it incorrect, then when it reviews it, it's going to like litter the code base in other places with incorrect stuff. So let's get it all perfectly the way we need it now, so that you guys can see what I'm saying about this. Let's push back. So the thing I was talking about here is this button that it created up here to generate the demo key. It generates it like all the way down here. So now I'm gonna have it scroll down here, and I'm also wanted it to put a button here as well. So this license key, what this does is the user is going to enter that into the app, and we're going to go through and test this. Then that key, I'm pretty sure, gets exchanged for a certificate. Pretty sure that's what happens. So we're going to have to go through and test that. Maybe we should put that in the instructions of like, okay, well, what happens? If I'm looking at these license keys, I can actually see machines. Oh, tick over. Hey, it works. You're seeing the other screen flashing behind it. That gray area is the app we are going to be working on next. It has been going for a few weeks now, all on its own, updating its own roadmap, adding its own features. It's going to be like Christmas unwrapping this thing. It's going to be sick. Or it's going to be totally terrible. I have no idea. And if it's terrible, we'll just delete it and we'll start over. Worst case scenario, we burn 10 billion tokens. Or more. At this point, I have to double check. If you're just tuning in, we are building a licensing server, feed server, so that people can buy our macOS apps. And basically, it's going to be like its own app store, right? Product page where you can see the app to purchase, click buy, go through a Stripe checkout, come back, get emailed this license key. And if you are someone who's building macOS products and wants to sell them, what we're going through right now is that flow of how like you create a new product in the dashboard and set it up and integrate the library into your application so that you can verify license keys, so that you can like reach out and make sure they're still valid, so you can get updates of your app. I want to put that in here as well, but that all goes through Sparkle, so I'm a little less concerned about that. That's pretty well tested at this point. All right. So it looks like it's set it all up for us. Let's go through this. If I go up here and I click this button, it should scroll down. Boom. That's beautiful. That is just absolutely beautiful. Perfect. Okay. So now we have this demo key. Can I regenerate another one? I can. Cool. So if I copy that demo key and I put it into our app now, our app even running. So we have our app saying that we need to put the client configuration in from the UI. So that's like one of the first steps. Download the client. Package it. We're assigning a bundle. Oh, here it is. This probably should be higher up. So in the product page, there's like a section that displays the license config JSON file. And I feel like that should be higher up on the page where it's instructing users to use that thing. Let's copy that. We'll put it into our app. Okay. Okay, so the pin public signing key, like verification key, is actually baked into the app. So if we need to rotate that, we'd have to do like a new app releases. I'm not gonna love that, but let's go with it for now. Okay, so now we're in this like license section. Should be able to generate our demo key. Copy it. Back to our app. Paste it in. Invalid certificate algorithm ED25519. It didn't update the app. Or maybe it did, but it didn't restart the app and rebuild it. Okay, we're gonna have to have it do that. Did you change the macOS demo app so that when we did the cutover to ED25519, it uses that as well? If you did, maybe all we need to do is rebuild and relaunch the app, because right now it's saying that that's not a valid algorithm. I could probably just like, let's see, you guys can see some stuff. Whoa, I don't like that minimize. Look at all the buttons are now kind of wonky. I think I clicked that. Get better if I make it bigger. That's, I guess it's okay. It's weird because of this text. Probably just needs some like additional padding or something. I need to make this drag so that I can actually minimize this more. Alright, it relaunched for us. Cool. So let's do this again. We need our config, which is now at the top. Paste it in. Let's validate it. Obviously, like, the developer isn't going to be doing this. They would just like put the config properly into their app bundle. But the demo app, we can run through this and just make sure it works. So there's one trusted signing key, there's one product ID, this license key, please. What happened? Did that break? Bet you it restarted the server. Broken. I don't know what happened, but I just reloaded the product page, and for some reason when I click generate demo key, it doesn't do anything now. I want you to go through that workflow. I also want you to make sure that we have a system test in place for this. System test should probably also verify that it like scrolls down properly. When the generate demo key button is pressed. So yeah, we'll let it do that. It'll create a system test and hopefully fix this button problem. I don't know if it's like a backend server thing or if it's just the... I suppose I could open the inspector and look, but I don't really want to. So I'm getting sleepy after streaming for 8 hours straight. Might have to take a break for an hour or two and come back. We'll see. Might have to do part 2 again. I just need to stand up. Yeah, set this log apparently. Oh. I'm also getting tired and a little bit bored of this thing, just me having to constantly make all these little tweaks. I just feel like we should be to a point with AI where it can do this stuff by now. Or at least that it knows to check on its own. Maybe I just need to create a skill so that it knows to do that. Let's see. But we can't get tired. We have got to lock it. Let's lock it. All right. All right, you landlubbers, if you are just getting on this stream, we are building a license key server application. You can think of it as our own app store. It's going to let us sell apps. We are going to put apps on it to sell. They'll have their own like little landing page. You can check out. You can get a license for it. Users can be emailed their licenses. We can come back around and I don't know, like once they have their license, they'll put it into their app and they'll activate all the features, right? There'll be a nice little portal so users can come back later if they need to register a license again and they forgot their license key or they got a new computer or something like that. And then we're going to build our macOS app using our key server, our license server, whatever we want to call it. That's what we're going to call it. But you are seeing it here now. We are vibe coding this thing. We are going to just keep pushing that boulder uphill until this thing works the way we want it to. And we speak it into existence. Let's do this. License key limit is reached. Shouldn't have license key limits. Wondering if it means that the license key limit is actually I'm thinking that what it means is product just reaches this. Now it's adding stuff that I didn't ask. Fine, fine. I think we will just leave that in there because it's probably a nice feature to have, right? We don't want something to go off the rails with some broken code and somehow generate like 1 billion licenses and have all those rows have to be stored in our database. So we do have limit stuff. So if you go back to maybe it was episode day 1, I think, I kind of walked through the foundation engine and how we have like what you consider enterprise features with organizations and whatnot, but we also have the ability to set limits for subscriptions and all that kind of stuff. I'm guessing it's tracking resource usage and probably limiting it that way. We'll definitely need to update this. I'm gonna let it like go through its process and then we'll circle back around to that. Holy smokes. Yo, I just checked X and we are at 30,000 views on this live stream. Just on X. Let's go. Make sure you go to @ZadenRyan on YouTube and like and subscribe to the channel on there. It doesn't really seem like X has a great way of subscribing to live streams or video. So definitely go and do that on YouTube. And like the videos on there. That'll help me out. Thanks. But you can also follow along because we are going to be vibe coding this entire business. Same way we're doing it right now. I will give you all of my tips and tricks as we go of how to configure your agent. We're gonna just, as we find things, we'll improve the agents. Right now we're using GPT 5.5, but maybe we'll spin up some Fable. Maybe we'll spin up some GLM 5.2. Actually got DeepSeek running in the van. This is a van, by the way. You're just tuning in. We are live streaming over Starlink, purely with solar and batteries, from a van in the middle of the woods. It's kind of like I don't know if it's every programmer's dream, but it was certainly mine. To be in the middle of nowhere, no interruptions, in the middle of the woods, on a computer, live streaming. Maybe not live streaming, but like writing code. And I'm doing it. We're out here. If I want to go step outside and be in nature, I'm literally 2 steps away. I'll probably do some of these streams from some other beautiful places that I camp at, because scenery is just unbelievable. You can probably go find some of the videos under my media section on my X profile. I'm sure I've posted them before. But I think to do a live stream out in nature is going to be a pretty cool thing. I'm not doing it here because there's a lot of bears where I'm camping right now. And I do not need a bear sneaking up behind me while I'm wearing headphones and talking to you guys. Sure would make great content though. Sure it would, but I'm not doing that. All right, let's see where we're at here. The existing smoke test file is too large. Okay, well that's great. So maybe you should extract some good patterns from it, refactor the code. problem with setting the post, the dev product to reach its license limit, generation. That error went to the generation renderer. So why do we even have demo key limits? It seems kind of silly to have that. Are these limits related to like usage tracking on the organization? Or are they some other sort of limits that were added? Don't make any changes yet, just answer my question. Demo license issuer, purchase fulfillment. Okay, so what is the number of licenses that are allowed currently for an organization? So it did exactly what I thought it did, is it wired up the license like purchases to the organization's subscription plan, which is probably both good and bad, but I might just set it to something high, like 10 million or something. We certainly don't want to we don't want, yeah, it's twofold here. We don't want organizations to like not be able to sell their software because their plan reached its limit, because that'd be bad. Like they have users that are just not able to purchase their software. But at the same time, we also probably don't want organizations to just run wild in case they're like programmatically creating these and like cause our database to fill up or something. Maybe I don't know what to do about this right now. Is there a way we could seed the organization that we're using in the seed org to be like on the pro plan, and then set the pro plan limit to something like 1 million? It's interesting that the Apple text-to-speech model will like translate 1 million to the actual number. I've noticed doing that a few times. Wonder if Parakeet does it. I'd have to try it out. I just know I was using the Apple, like I switched over to using the Apple model, and it's so much faster. It's crazy. So the Cedar Argus put on starter. Starter license on S5 for license. So my thinking was that maybe what we do is more just like usage based. So maybe like $1 per license or something. But that really should go through the Stripe Connect, like automatically as part of the purchase. I don't know if we want to pre-purchase credits for that. So I think for now what we should do is let's set the starter limit to 1 million and let's set the pro limit to 10 million. And then later we'll come back around and figure out how we want to do Stripe Connect and how we want to like take $1 from the transaction or add $1 to the transaction. I wonder if people are selling more than 10 million licenses. Like if you are, you probably should have a better enterprise license server. So I'm just going to set it to this for now. The beauty is we've set all this up already, so we have this super awesome ability to do things like set up a catalog with a nice DSL because I spent time like creating a DSL package for this so that it can easily declare like Stripe prices and plans in code, and I don't have to go out later and you know manually go into Stripe and add these things. The annoying thing is that the AI completely ignores the DSL and just hard codes constants for it, which I just noticed it's doing. I'm not going to worry about that right now. We have got to get this license server wrapped up. All right, all right. If you are new to this channel and you need an update of what we're doing, drop a comment in and I'll give you an update. Otherwise, I'm just going to keep continuing on. It's doing something. I'm getting a little bored of watching this thing, honestly. I need like ultra fast mode. I cannot wait till we have AI that does like 2,000 tokens per second. I'm gonna have, I'm building this business for the day that that happens. When all the frontier models are pushing tokens at that speed, we're gonna build all of the foundations that we need for this business for that day. But we can take full advantage of it. We are 8 hours and 45 minutes into this stream, and I really should probably stand up pretty soon. So I'm hoping we get this into a good spot. To end this stream for, I don't know, maybe I'll come back in like an hour or two. We'll see. Feel about it. Definitely gonna make some dinner. Or lunch. Possibly even breakfast, because all I've had today is gone. No, gone. All right. Let's see here. So we're up to 1 million licenses for the starter plan, 10 million licenses for the pro plan. I don't even know what the price of that stuff is set at, because I don't remember doing any of this. We'll go back and watch the stream maybe and find out if we did. Usage 5. Okay, so now I gotta go through and retest the app again. Let's bring it up. Skirt. Okay, let's move this over so you guys can see. Alright. We have our app. I wonder if we need to restart this. Yeah. I think you should like recompile, rebuild, or whatever the macOS app, the demo app, and then restart it. I want to start fresh. I want to try and go through the whole thing where I put the configuration in and the demo key. Let's get to wipe the state, start fresh, we'll go from there. Oh, I forgot we had that button that we added. I could have just clicked reset state. So now what it's doing is it's using the hollow model that I have downloaded on this machine. You guys can download that on your machines. If you've got more than 32 gigs of RAM, you'd probably be okay. It's a 35 billion parameter model, I believe. It's based off of like Qwen 3.5, 35B maybe, A3B. So it's only got an active 3 billion, but it does really well. I give it like a screenshot of the screen, which I give it these tools to do that. That's what this Hollow Observe tool is doing. And then it will take our screenshot, and then it'll give us back a bunch of text of what it sees on the screen. It also like grabs the AX tree too from that like macOS uses. So it can provide like more detailed programmatic type manipulation. But if it wants to do like raw clicks at coordinates, it can do that. Okay, let's do this. Let's run through it. Refresh our page. Let's make sure it works. Generate demo key. Look at that. All right, copy the demo key. Let's put it. Oh wait, nope, not the demo key. What's going on here? We want the license config. So this is the config that the developer who's making a macOS app is going to bundle in with their app, and it'll be part of like the code signing. But for our demo app, we're just loading it up like this, and you can see we have some trusted signing key of 1 now, and our license key. So now we're going to go down and grab that key that we just generated. We're going to copy it. I really think that the copy demo key should pop up a toast notification. When I click the copy demo key button, I want you to actually pop up a toast notification on the product page. And we should probably also do that for the other buttons on that page that have the word copy in them. Okay, so let's grab our demo key here. Let's go paste that in. Boom. Register. Oh my gosh, look at that. Oh, license features are enabled. Oh my gosh, it works. It works. Almost 9 hours in. Okay. Woo. So basically now once the license key is verified, we now have a license stored on this machine. This machine is registered through that license on the key server and our license server. Wow. I'm going to go through at a later time and verify that these things are all stored in state, because I think for testing right now, what we're doing is storing them like in a file, because it makes it easier for the automated testing to work. But what we did is we created a facade for that, and so we could swap the storage backend, and ideally those sort of things get stored in the what is it called, the key store, the key access, keygen, the key, what is it called, keychain on macOS, the keychain. We'd store it in the keychain, right? But I don't want to have to go in and type in my password every time the AI wants to validate if these things are working. So it stores it in a file for now. In development mode and production mode, it'll securely store the license in the keychain. All right. I think we should probably improve the demo app a little bit. Like if I enter in the license, like accept it, like hide this field or something. Maybe some of these buttons shouldn't have state, like they shouldn't be active until a license is entered. Like why would we deregister a Mac that doesn't even have a valid license yet? This premium export key ID should probably just be part of our egg. So yeah, we got a few things we still need to work on, but let's go back to our to-do list real quick and mark some stuff off if we have. Cool, we did the license limits. Go through steps on the page with the sample shell app. We did that. All right. We're gonna do Sparkle updates. We're also gonna like improve the demo app so that button state actually reflects what the state of the app is. If a license isn't registered yet, then why would we have a deregister this Mac button active at that point? That wouldn't make sense. So we'll fix that. Oh, we're gonna go through the like check for updates with Sparkle. That's on the list. So we got a few things, but we have a working demo app. We have features gated. Oh, one thing we should definitely test out is putting an invalid license key in and see what happens. Should we just try that live and see? Foobar. Register. It deregistered the app. License is not found. So it's reaching out to the server and swapping the license and getting it. Cool. I think what we should probably do is have like a debug screen down here too. So this status in the demo app where we have the status, maybe below that we also put a card that has like a debug so that a user can see when they put in the license that the things that are happening, like where's that license being saved to? Is the license being swapped out for an actual certificate? Is that certificate being saved somewhere? Is it being saved successfully? We probably should have like that kind of debug stuff so that the developer using the demo app can kind of see that stuff happening. All right, so that's in our to-do list now. The app is going crazy. Like it's starting to print like Chinese characters. I don't know what happened. Why is ChatGPT doing that? Like that's hey, you're getting heavily quantized by some of these Chinese models doing that. And all of a sudden now ChatGPT is doing it. I'm a little concerned. I'm guessing something's like gone wrong in this extremely long session that we've been using. As soon as it's done with this, we're going to have it relaunch the app, and then I'll just test those. No, we don't even need to relaunch the app. We just need to use the page. We'll probably actually see it do it here. So it's going to fix that so that when we click copy, like we get a nice toast notification showing like, oh, this thing was actually copied to your clipboard. Yeah, man. I think we should call that a win for the end of this stream and just say that we ran through the app, it did what we expected it to do, and now we can like really dig in and test all these like nitty gritty things, add that debug. I might just kick that off. Or I might just wait. I might go grab some food, come back, we'll kick that off, and we will watch it add the debug. We can run through all those things. Then we can get some better information about what's being stored where. The developer that's using the demo app will be able to see that too. And then we have to test updates. Because what's the point of making a macOS app if you can't push out updates for it? I mean, I guess you don't have to, but like, I feel like I should. Okay. Action failed. Why? I think I might have to restart this Pi session. Seems like it's going wonky for some reason. Yeah. Oh, my usage limit's been reached for codecs. That's why. It resets in 23 minutes, so that is the end of our stream. We are going to come back in maybe an hour. I don't know. Maybe I will. Maybe I'll just start again tomorrow. And we will pick up from there. We have a bunch of things still left on our to-do list. And if I pull this up right here, you can see we have a bunch of things left on our to-do list. We're going to do these things and hopefully deploy this thing so that we can actually use it with our new macOS app that we're going to build. Let's go. All right, you landlubbers, I will catch you on either day 5 part 2 if we end up doing that. I've already been streaming for 9 hours today, so let's see if I can go longer. If not, if I decide to, then I will see you all for day 6. Take it easy. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.